1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you want to raise 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think we'll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's good. So good morning. Welcome to Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, June 25th. We acknowledge we're on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a quick moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Can I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova, not in the chamber, Councillor Fry, not in the chamber, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, not in the chamber, Councillor Weeb, not here, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, not here, Councillor Kirby-Young. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. Before we start our day, I just want to acknowledge that Nicole Ludwig, our meeting coordinator here, before we begin. So I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of Nicole Ludwig, who has been coordinating council meetings for 15 years here in the city, which is amazing. She's going to be moving on to another post, I believe. So just wanted, on behalf of Vancouver City Council, to thank Nicole for her dedication and her work, and we wish her well in her future endeavors. Yay. That's nice. Good way to start. Okay. So plan for the day. We have 3 administrative items. We have 1 report reference. We have 2 items of unfinished business. We deal with up to 2 administrative reports, if not adopted by consent. We have 13 bylaws, 13 motions on notice, notice of motion, new business, and other matters, and how it's going to work in terms of timing is we're going to break at noon for lunch, and then from in camera from 1 to 3 if needed. We'll return at 3 p.m. to deal with the remainder of the agenda. We'll be finished by 5 o'clock because we have a public hearing at 6. So is everybody okay with that? It's kind of the regular thing. Go till noon, a lunch from noon till 1, 1 to 3 in camera, 3 to 5 to finish the business, and then 6 till perhaps 10 on the public hearing. Okay, thank you. At a March 13th, 2019 City Finances and Service Standing Committee meeting, Council agreed to consider suspending and varying certain provisions in the procedure bylaw for the regular Council and Standing Committee meetings during April and May as part of the Council meeting procedures pilot project. On advice from staff, we will continue with the pilot project until the end of July. In order to implement the Council meeting procedures pilot project, Council must suspend certain rules contained in the procedure bylaw at each meeting. We'll address these changes as we come to them in the agenda. So in camera also, I do see Councillor Kirby-Young though on. Did you want to speak to this? Oh, okay, sure. So in camera, Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would somebody like to move those motions go in camera later this week? Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, second. If you like second. Councillor Kirby-Young, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's great. So we'll be going in camera. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the regular council meeting of June 11th. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Don't see any. Can somebody move to adopt, please? Thank you. Councillor Dominato, second. Councillor Hardwick, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's good. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll just get my pen out here. I'm just going to move to matters adopted on consent. We have 2 administrative reports for the agenda. On the agenda for consideration, we've received request to speak to Administrative Report 2 as part of the Council Meeting Procedures Pilot Project. Council has agreed to hear from speakers to staff reports on the same day they are listed on the agenda. For this council meeting, we need a motion to suspend Rule 13.7 of the procedure bylaw regarding public delegations' permission to speak. Suspending the rule will allow council to hear from speakers to staff reports on the same day they are listed on the agenda. Would somebody like to move this motion? Sure.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I just noticed that this is also a grant and requires a 2/3 vote of council. Considering that I'm not sure when that will happen, and this may be a time-sensitive matter, I know that funding's attached to this. Sometimes we see some items on our agenda moved several meetings in advance. I was wondering if, considering a number of the speakers I think are related to the organization, if council might entertain passing this also on consent, just to make sure that indeed, unless a council member has had an issue with that, that funding did get to them in time. And that was my concern and my reason for it, just because we sometimes do see them go agenda after agenda. And I am chairing tomorrow's standing committee on finance, and I'm quite confident we're not going to get through our whole agenda. So, Mayor Stewart, I was just going to ask you if that was a possibility. I know it's something that we have done in the previous council term, so wanted to ask you if that was possible.
Well, it is possible, I guess. So you're just trying to clarify that you're saying that you didn't want to hear from speakers, or that you? Well,
I'm concerned that if we move this over the standing committee to hear from speakers in the order that it will go in, that could hold up the funding.
Okay, I'll just check.
That's my concern. And I would hope that maybe, unless councillors have an issue,
I'll come right back.
then I...
Okay, thanks. Is there a way you can phrase that? I've asked for a motion to suspend Rule 13.7. Is there a way you can phrase that in a motion that we can consider?
Perhaps a motion to add this item to the consent agenda and pass this on consent?
Right. If we did that, though, we wouldn't hear from speakers.
We wouldn't hear from speakers.
Okay, just to be clear.
I'm also concerned, and I'll go on the record in saying that the reason for doing so is because this funding could be time sensitive and would not get to this organization possibly in this week's council meetings.
Okay, so we are dealing with this item, and I did ask for a motion to suspend Rule 13.7, so I'll entertain this different motion. I'd need a seconder on it. I don't see a seconder.
No.
So we have a seconder, Councillor Dominato. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to add this item to the consent agenda without hearing from speakers. And so if anybody, I'm going to clear the, I'm going to put us on a different queue. And if anybody would like to speak to this, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll just go to a vote. Right. Okay, Councillor Dejanova.
Again, I just wanted to state that I personally have never done this before, but knowing that the standing committee agenda is going to be very lengthy tomorrow, and in looking also through the list of speakers and seeing that many are associated to the organization, if not all, that I can see. Also, in understanding sort of the grant and funding process, and that it takes not only 2/3 of council, but that if we didn't get to it tomorrow, it would be put over 2 more weeks, that I'd be concerned about funding for that organization. So that's my reason for it. I think that it's an extraordinary circumstance. I wouldn't expect this to happen regularly. But again, we're trying pilot we're trying to pilot a new program here and a new way of doing things. And considering I haven't received any correspondence also against it, I did check. I would hope the council would consider it this time, especially considering the standing committee. I can't see us being able to get to this quite quickly tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I would like to hear from speakers. I'll be voting against it. And because it's an administrative report, it should be heard later on this afternoon. And I hope that we can get through the agenda and be able to deal with it before the public hearing at 6.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else on the list. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I normally would want to also hear from speakers, and sorry, I just needed a moment to check one other person on this list. So far, everybody that I've checked on the speaking list is coming in support by sending us in emails, but I'm not sure of Aurora Saul, so I'd like to have a moment to check that, because if she too has sent something in support, then I will feel confident that all the speakers are in support and be happy to pass this. But if I can have a moment recess to just check whether there's an email from her, I would appreciate that.
Just want to check with the clerk for a second.
Don't know this person. She didn't send anything in. I've just searched. Too bad. Thank you. You're awesome. Is she?
Okay, so so Councillor Carr, you've requested a recess.
Yes, thank you. Actually, Mr. Mayor, I don't need a recess.
Okay.
I have checked all of the people on the speakers list, and I have been informed that Aurora Sol is in the audience, and through nonverbal communications, she indicated 2 thumbs up to this. So in that case, I am going to support the motion by Councillor DiGenova to not hear from speakers and add this to the consent agenda.
Okay, thanks very much. Anybody else want to speak? Please put yourself on the list. Anybody else? Councillor Boyle?
I was just going to echo that I'm very keen to hear more about this project, but I'm happy to reach out on my own and support this and make sure we get the business done.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so I'll call a vote then. Yep, do it on screen. You're voting to add it to consent, add it to the consent agenda and not hear from the speakers. It's Councillor Dominato. Okay, thanks. That has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Wiebe, and myself in opposition. So, I guess I don't need a motion to suspend Rule 13.7. So we also need a motion to suspend Rules 13.8 and 13.9 in the procedure bylaw. No, we don't need to do that either. Okay. Okay, so we're not going to hold Administrative Report 2, and we can adopt the recommendations unless somebody else wants to hold one. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, did you want to hold? Sorry, I've got you on the list here. So you want to hold Administrative Report 1? Okay. Anybody else? Anything else? Sorry, just one. Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, standing. No, that was from earlier, and I think the report's been pulled. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Oh, did I drop? You weren't. Okay, Councillor Boyle. Okay, thanks. So we're holding Administrative Report 1. That means we can pass the Good Night Out number 2 on consent. I think that's what we're doing. Okay, so can I have a recorded vote on, and a motion first. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Boyle. I guess we can say all in favor. Yeah, all in favor. Okay, any opposed? That's good, so that's passed. Thank you very much. And so that means we are, oh, I forgot to ask about conflict. Darn. Anybody had conflict on that last one? No. Okay, thanks. Okay. So do we have anything else to pass? Yeah, we're on their first report. Okay, thanks. Okay, so we have one report reference today, the economic development activities, update from the Vancouver Economic Commission and planning, urban design, and sustainability. So we have Gil Kelly, General Manager of Planning, as well as Catherine Warren, CEO of the VEC, here to present. And then we'll have questions. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received information from the clerk that member motions were put on the agenda based on the order that councillors called notice on them in a council meeting. That's what I received 2 weeks ago in an email, so that was how that went. So I just like some clarity as to how council motions just go on the agenda, because that's what I was told before. That's the way it went for one meeting. And then I had myself on the queue, and now my motion is last on the agenda. So I'm trying.
Can I check into that and come back to you?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
I did ask earlier through the week through staff, so I appreciate
Okay,
it.
I'll come back to you on that one. Okay, thanks. On to the report,
Okay.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I'm delighted to be here this morning on this topic and to share this presentation with my colleague, Catherine Warren, the CEO from the Vancouver Economic Commission. We're here today to give you kind of a brief overview of the Vancouver economy, its state, but more importantly, to acquaint you with the programs and activities in each of these two entities, and to acknowledge the efforts of several city departments that are also have roles in the economic development of the city, including engineering, ACCS, DBL, and the finance office. And we'll describe those roles as we go through the presentation. I wanted to note, first of all, that in recent months, Catherine and I have developed quite a good collaborative relationship, which is great because both entities bring a lot to the table here. And although the agencies have actually worked together, my understanding is for about 20 years, it's never been as close as it is now. And so, for example, we had Catherine, 3.5 hour or so working session with our joint staffs, which was really productive. And we'll continue to do that to sort of clarify our respective activities and roles and collaboration efforts. So really pleased about that, and pleased that Catherine is here today to share this presentation. I think we both feel that Vancouver is poised for at a sort of inflection point in terms of the grabbing hold of what might be the future economy here, and that we and our agencies can help steer that in the way that's desirable, both in terms of innovation and pure economic growth, but also in terms of issues around equity and inclusion and access to employment, and to issues like defining the economy not exclusively in traditional terms, but also in terms of circular economy and continued innovation at the social level. So we're going to split this presentation up today, and let me just, here we go. So I'll give the first part, just a kind of brief overview and introduction on that, and then turn it over to Catherine, and she'll go through an update, substantive update on the VEC focus and its programs, and then I'll follow with programs going on, particularly in planning. So very quickly, the Vancouver economy, here are some high points here. We have grown rather modestly over the last 3 decades, although there's been a real spurt in just the last few years in some sectors that we'll talk about. That equates to about 150% GDP growth in the last 30 years. So we've not been on a rocket like Seattle or San Francisco or New York, but we have had steady growth. And what's most important there is the emerging diversity of the sector. So while we've had traditional large sectors in terms of the resource economy, tourism, and construction, that is beginning to diversify, which is a very healthy thing for Vancouver. Jobs in the city of Vancouver have grown by 14% over the last 10 years, and this has largely been driven by professional, scientific, and technical services, and a higher share in information and cultural industries. So, for example, the film industry and related digital industries have really grown remarkably, as much as 39% employment over the last decade. So we're seeing that diversity. We're seeing very, very high demand for space, workspace in Vancouver of all kinds. The downtown, the office vacancy rate, for example, is 2.5% in the downtown, compared to nearly 4% for the rest of the region here. And the industrial vacancy rate is down at 1.9%, so a lot of pressure on industrial space as well. In terms of the emerging sectors, as I mentioned ago, you can see here in this graph, the dark blue bars represent City of Vancouver change in absolute numbers, that's the bar, and then the percent is indicated just to the right of that bar. And then for Metro Vancouver, the comparison for the same sectors. Again, you might note the professional scientific is up very substantially, as is retail. And then if you look down midway through the graph, you'll see the arts, entertainment, and recreation has increased. And I'm looking for the, and about 5 lines down, the information and cultural industries has popped up 39%. So real growth in that sector there. The region is an important catchment for a lot of the job growth, but you'll see that the city of Vancouver is actually outstripping most of those, particularly in those higher income and innovation categories, than the rest of the region. In some cases, we've actually lost industrial and manufacturing space. So you can see those blue bars at the bottom. Below the line, those are turning negative. So a lot of pressure on traditional manufacturing space for new kinds of employment and workers. So that's an issue that we'll be studying very closely in the coming months. Another catchment area is much bigger, and I think while this has seemed abstract for a lot of people, even though some of us have been talking about this for 30 years or more, it's now in currency to really talk about Cascadia as an economic entity, and particularly with companies now sharing or having space in all 3 of the major metros in the Northwest. You're seeing a more fluid labor market and informational training. If you look at the map there on the top blob, essentially incorporates not only the 3 major metros, with Seattle being the largest, it also includes almost all the major universities in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest, which really in many ways are the foundation for economic advancement and new thinking. I put here San Francisco Bay Area on the map just to draw a quick comparison. And you can see, while it is probably the global leader in new technology, and its GDP outstrip, these are US dollar GDPs, outstrip the Cascadia, we're not all that far behind. And I wanted to point this out for a second reason, which is, having come recently from San Francisco, what's beginning to happen there is the price of housing, the congestion and travel time, the lack of mobility options is actually forcing a lot of these companies to start looking elsewhere. And so you're seeing, for example, Amazon expressing a big interest in Vancouver, as well as other companies. In the case of the Bay Area, for example, those reasons led a whole company, Keen Sportswear, to relocate its whole operation to Portland, where there were sympathetic other companies and labor pool in sportswear manufacturing and design, but also because of the relatively high livability factor and lower cost of housing. So you're seeing actual mobility up and down the West Coast amongst these companies. And I think looking at that as a future economic entity is critical to our view of the long-term economic health of Vancouver, which is perfectly poised. really accelerate that job growth. We're, of course, the largest job center in the region, and we will probably remain that way for some time. We have 26% of the population, but 33% of the jobs, and an even larger share of those professional and technical service jobs compared to the rest of the region. So this is work we will advance more, these agencies together with a lot of partners in the upcoming city plan. But there are clearly a lot of voices and perspectives to be heard in how we grow and shape the future economy here. We're not simply opportunistic or reactive, but mean to be intentional about the future of the economy and who it serves in the region. So you can see here everything on this sort of mind map, from growing the trade sectors to acknowledging the informal economy, laying the foundation for more equity and resilience, and increasing the range of opportunities for a diverse group of residents. So there are a lot of, and increasing innovation. So there are just a lot of perspectives to be taken into account in setting both long-term goals and strategies to further the economic benefits here for all Vancouverites. We're not doing this with rose-colored glasses. We know there are a lot of key challenges to address here. Affordability. This cuts two ways: affordability of workspace, particularly in the arts and light industrial sectors. Also affordability of housing for the workforce. And again, as the San Francisco example, the Bay Area is a perfect example. If you don't pay attention to that, how the economy suffers ultimately. Limited land supply. We have about only 10% of our land area in Vancouver is dedicated to employment, and had we not done some things like carve out an employment zone in the downtown a decade or so ago, we would not have been able to attract the workforce that we're now seeing come in large numbers. And so the recent Flats plan has protected a lot of that employment space for employment, and again, we'll be studying the future of that going forward in the employment land study that we'll talk about in a moment. So we are seeing displacement both of some industrial and lower rent-paying economic uses. Also displacement of portions of the workforce who can't afford to live here. So these are trouble signs that we need to pay attention to. The regulatory processes, although we've been on a tear to improve those, for small business in particular, there's still holdups and unnecessarily long times, and that's a focus now in the Commercial Renovation Center that DBL is leading, and so those times are beginning to turn around. But it's true for the cross-section of business interests that we need to continue to improve regulatory clarity and processing times, part of which will be done through the regulatory redesign project. There's uncertainty about the rapidly changing technology, both in terms of how people do business and where they do business, and keeping up with all of that, but also basically serving new users with appropriate space and power supply. And again, the notion of equity and making sure that the economy works for everyone and that there's access to it. So who is steering the ship? It's really a collective, and we think of it, Catherine and I, as an ecosystem. So there are various city departments, as I mentioned before. There's also the VEC as sort of that extension from the city, as an outward-facing, business-engaging entity and marketing entity. The Board of Trade, the BIAs have a very active role, and many more. It's really important to note that the educational institutions, both universities and BCIT, but even the public school systems, are support for the economy here. And we need to recognize the role of other levels of government, and particularly in funding and in infrastructure. Each of these has distinct roles, but part of the work ahead of us through the city plan and through our collaboration is to bring these parties together around a common set of strategies. Stepping back a lens further, and I've been an economic development professional most of my life, I use this a lot with groups who come and think about business kind of knocking on the door of City Hall and saying, here's what we need you to do for us. We need you to lower our taxes. We need you to speed up permitting. And in some cases, we need your technical assistance or small grants. In my view, those are the small three. the big three things that the city and the public institutions in general, including the educational institutions, do for business and economic development largely, while the private sector provides capital, talent, and innovation, the public sector's role is really to provide land, and that's mostly in land use policy, not in raw land. Labor, and you might question that one. We don't directly provide the labor force, but between ourselves and other public entities, we provide the skills for the labor force. We provide the livable community that has amenities, that has affordable housing, so the labor force can actually stay here. And of course, when we do some things, institutes like BCIT and others are doing workforce development. We're doing poverty reduction through programs in ACCS. So we're doing a lot to support the labor side of this, and it's important to remember that it's a public sector role. And we provide obviously critical infrastructure between ourselves, TransLink, the province, and others. So BC Hydro, for example. So it's really important to see long-term economic development through both of this partnership between both private and public entities. So that's my little mini lecture for the day. Looking forward in terms of our collaboration here, we do see jointly the citywide plan as a big opportunity for ourselves and for you, of course, the community at large, to really define what are the key strategies for a healthy economy as we grow and move forward. To that extent, over the last couple of years, I've been strengthening the economic planning functions in planning, and we're creating better alignments around these issues between the various city departments. And of course, the collaboration between city departments and VEC as a more outward-facing and direct business engaging entity is critical as well. And so this, as I mentioned before, we are beginning to really meet together and clarify our roles. And I think that's a great benefit to the city as VEC kind of redefines its role and we make our role more robust. I think this is a critical discussion. And so the session I mentioned that we had a few weeks ago will be recurring and will be extended to other city departments as well to include them. So with that overview, let me turn it over to Catherine. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Gil, for setting the scene. It's been great working with you and your team and the few short months since I've been on the job, and also to hear from the VEC team about the extent to which we've worked together historically. So thank you very much. Mayor Stewart and Council, as the Economic Development Agency of the City of Vancouver, VEC is here to contribute to our city, to grow sustainable jobs, and to build our diverse economy while leaving a legacy for our children. This sense of purpose is also what unites the work of the planning team with the work of your Economic Commission. As an agency of the city, VEC works hand in glove with City Hall and Council, as well as with the business community and NGOs. Vancouver's mayor is our board chair. The city's chief financial officer serves as our board director, and we have independent board members from the local business community. Mayor and Council, we have worked with the city leadership team to respond to the council motion from December regarding VEC's collaborative work and contribution to the city. You will find this covered in detail in a memo provided to you from the city manager on June 18th. Today, you've already seen some of how we work with City Hall. Thank you, Gil. And now you'll see some highlights from the memo and hear how VEC contributes more broadly to Vancouver's economy. Since our founding in 1996, the city has tasked VEC with 6 critical roles to build a prosperous and resilient economy. These range from helping shape an economic vision for our city, to creating public awareness for the importance of economic development, to promoting our city nationally and internationally, a city with a brand value worth $31.5 billion. Vancouver is seen as a leader in activating progressive values. We truly are a 21st century city. Vancouver has the highest number of benefit companies per capita among Canadian cities. These are triple bottom line companies that value people and planet, as well as profit for shareholders and for employees. 1 in 15 working Vancouverites works in the green economy. The city is a hub for leaders in innovative, creative, and sustainable business. In the last few months, Vancouver has hosted events such as TED, the Clean Energy Ministerial, Canadian Green Buildings, Indigenomics by Design, and Women Deliver. Already the strongest and most diverse in Canada, Vancouver's economy continues to transform, attracting businesses, supporting workers, and inspiring investors as we continue to build value for local companies and for Vancouverites. We're also a city whose progressive values, the values of sustainability, of inclusion, of equity, are the values that great economies and great cities around the world aspire to. The world needs more Vancouver. Businesses tell us every day what they need: talent attraction, access to capital, new business opportunities, and cutting-edge information on our regional business ecosystem. Universities, associations, nonprofits also tell us what they need. They need innovative partnerships, a platform to get their message out, R&D opportunities that contribute to city building and society at large, especially as it relates to the economy. They all rely on VEC to deliver, and from this work, we provide timely insights back to City Hall for actions on policies and land use in support of economic transformation. At VEC, we focus our efforts strategically on 4 key sectors. These are technology, the green economy, entertainment, and what we call impact business. High-growth, high-purpose sectors that are shaping Vancouver's economy today. They represent the new economy that's low carbon, that's knowledge-based, and that's globally connected. We support these sectors in many ways, including cluster development for virtual reality and artificial intelligence startups. We deliver cutting-edge research and market intelligence. For example, we just published the first ever report on the local green building sector and its $3.3 billion economic potential. We strengthen local industries, resulting in some of the leading global sectors. These are animation, visual effects, green buildings, and looking ahead to leadership in the circular economy. To highlight a few VEC initiatives, our annual Digital Entertainment Career Fair is the largest event of its kind in North America. It attracts more than 3,000 job seekers and features more than 500 jobs from 35 local companies while showcasing over a dozen schools and unions. As part of the Greenest City Action Plan, VEC has worked to double the number of green jobs since 2010. VEC's contributions made Vancouver the first city in the world to define what a green job is, and we've been tracking and reporting on this growth ever since. Vancouver is the most Asian city outside of Asia and a key gateway for global trade and business with the Asia-Pacific region. VEC helps local businesses take advantage of trade agreements, grow their Asian markets, and engages local Asian business communities for job and revenue growth. If you visit our office on any given day, you might see a delegation from Denmark, Japan, or Cascadia in our presentation center. You may participate in a ministerial roundtable, join a course on impact business planning, or see our staff storyboarding VEC's next market research report. Out and about in the city and beyond, you might join VEC staff leading outbound missions to new markets. Hear us present pioneering research at leading business conferences, or sit with us as part of a city-led initiative, the Vancouver Music Strategy, the Creative City Strategy, or the Joint Child Care Council. Every year, our staff responds to hundreds of requests for help from local businesses, ranging from guidance with permitting to community building for resource-strapped startups. We also manage a vast pipeline of cross-border business development. It's our job to help businesses start here, help them grow here, help them thrive here, and arrive here. Funding from the City of Vancouver is critical to delivering on our mission and to raising vital matching dollars. We leverage city funding with a combination of private sector sponsorship and government grants for our programs. Now, economic development agencies are fiercely competitive. Cities compete for global companies, cities compete for talent, and we compete for capital. Based on third-party research, VEC is the only municipal economic development agency that does not receive core funding from the province or the feds. Competing major Canadian cities have their municipal funding for operations matched year over year. So with future support, core support from other levels of government, we can deliver more to our city, to local businesses, and to residents. We cannot afford to miss a beat when it comes to ensuring Vancouver's long-term economic well-being. Today, with only 22 full-time staff and $3.1 million in core funding from the city, VEC generates more than $600 million in local economic value per year. This creates a return on investment of $193 of economic activity for every dollar invested by the City of Vancouver. We base this calculation on annual economic activity that VEC tracks. For example, in 2018, we helped facilitate 3,900 new jobs, attract $2 billion in cross-border investment, and $1.3 billion in local business expansion. None of this includes real estate, and none of this includes natural resources. And while the financial value that VEC delivers to Vancouver's economy is significant, really it's only half the story. We also contribute value that cannot be measured in dollars. VEC provides significant value to the City of Vancouver. On behalf of city priorities, we advocate in the business community at all levels of government and internationally. We're a valuable conduit between business and City Hall. We help businesses navigate new regulations, and we make recommendations based on business realities to the city in order to guide smart policies. We convene industry leaders and regulators for economic transformation. VEC is recognized by economic development peers around the world for our leadership in areas from green economic growth to innovative programming to mitigating local risks. What are these risks? Businesses tell us about the risks they face and trust VEC to help. Affordability pressures are impacting all properties, including industrial, office, and hospitality. Vancouver has the lowest industrial vacancy rate in North America and the second lowest office vacancy rate in North America. Employers in all our key sectors are struggling to find and keep the talent they need. And of course, business doesn't stop at Boundary Road. Neither do commuters, goods, ideas, or revenues. Lack of regional coordination for things like permits and infrastructure impacts employers and workers. Access to capital for local businesses has significantly improved in the past few years, true. Total investments and deals, even excluding real estate and resources, have risen fivefold since 2013. However, startups, female-owned businesses, and Indigenous-owned businesses still struggle for the capital they need. Clearly, the climate emergency affects us all. Businesses now must address important new regulations, shifting global trade markets, and evolving immigration patterns. VEC works every day to help businesses and City Hall address these pain points associated with managing growth. One of the most significant threats to our local economy is the erosion of light industry. This is something Gil referred to earlier. Up to 50% of industrial businesses could be displaced from the city in the next 5 years, taking with them 30,000 jobs, $3.6 billion in annual revenues, and $1.2 billion in annual wages. In 2015, VEC launched our industrial initiative, participating alongside the False Creek Flats Local Area Plan and delivering the Flats Economic Development Strategy to Council in 2017. And since that time, we've worked with businesses and City Hall to explore space and equipment sharing, launched an industrial concierge service, and worked to establish community economic amenities. We consulted with more than 400 local businesses on these initiatives and continue to collaborate to address these risks. Working together, we can ensure that the cost of goods and services in the city don't rise, and services don't move farther from the urban core. That traffic congestion and GHG emissions in the region do not worsen, and that we don't lose jobs such as middle-income jobs and jobs with lower barriers to entry. Clean tech and digital companies looking for their first big client can pilot new technologies on municipal infrastructure and assets. Through VEC's Tech Deployment Network, we've increased green jobs, we've delivered digital solutions to our city, and created a model for leading municipalities around the world. This early-stage network has generated $1 million in annual economic value already, resulted in $3 million in strategic investment to participating businesses, and helped City Hall reduce emissions and achieve significant cost savings. Just 2 examples demonstrate some of these benefits. There's an app by GetWorker called the Crew Driver app for scheduling shift workers, and this app improved fairness and quintupled city efficiencies. SmartShare recently installed sensors on city-owned parking spots and passenger loading zones. The resulting data contributes to policy making and to municipal innovation. So City Hall's access to innovation and cost savings were draws for TransLink, which hopes to benefit in much of the same ways. Just last week, TransLink announced it too has joined our Tech Deployment Network. By many economic measures, Vancouver is doing well, and doing well has opened up opportunities to do better. In addition to an innovative, creative, and sustainable economy, together we can build an inclusive and equitable and just society. And Vancouver businesses are rising to the challenge. In a recent survey, we learned that almost 30% of Vancouver businesses offer a product or service that protects or restores the environment. Imagine with more focus on reconciliation, on pay equity, on security in the gig economy, who knows what Vancouver businesses could offer down the road. Looking ahead, Vancouver has more opportunities with the nighttime economy, with the impact economy, and the circular economy, to name a few. Together with the City of Vancouver and other stakeholders, we are building a Vancouver that offers a high quality of life, access to meaningful work, that pays a living wage, and that harnesses the best and brightest new ideas. The primary beneficiaries of VEC's results are the people who live and work in Vancouver. Moving ahead, economic development is a long game, and we need long-term research to future-proof our local economy. This spring, VEC initiated development on a pioneering economic transformation lab. This is a think tank dedicated to long-term research on topics as diverse as affordability, climate action, artificial intelligence, and alternatives to GDP. Great cities like ours need to look to new solutions and to look beyond GDP, which ignores vital measures such as gender and pay equity, education, and even happiness. With collaboration from universities and support from federal grants, VEC is creating a roadmap for vital insights to sustain Vancouver for decades to come. And I'm looking forward to this exciting work ahead with all of you. With that, I'll turn this movable podium back to Gil. Thank you, Gil.
Thank you, Catherine. And I'll go quickly through this last section. I wanted to give you, again, an overview of the work that planning in particular, but also our companion departments are doing.
You're just speaking into the light, actually, rather than the mic. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
That a little bit better?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll try. Speaking into the light. Okay. Just want to describe some of the complementary activities in economic development that we're doing in planning as well as with other city departments. So I'll go through these quickly. Particularly for PDS, our role is distinct from what Catherine just said around their focus more on the marketing end, on some sectors of research, and on direct business engagement. We are really the research and policy heavyweight here, and engage a number of parties in that, including some of the research being done by VEC. We do engage a broad spectrum of voices, so I wanted to make clear that while we advocate in a very general way for the economic health of Vancouver, VEC can play a very direct advocacy role, whereas we have to take into account a whole number of voices and perspectives on any given issue. We obviously also have land use approvals, which is where a lot of the rubber meets the road, so to speak, in economic development. And we support demonstration programs, particularly through our sustainability group and others. And again, we're paying attention to that support system that, in addition to business, provides long-term economic health around affordable housing, community amenities, and general livability. So these are sort of our functions mapped out, the corollary to what Catherine showed you with hers. So I won't go through all of these. You can kind of visually scan those. Beefing up our strategic planning and economic role in the city it has been tremendously helpful, and I think will be beneficial long term. These are three functions or divisions within planning that are focused on this work. The citywide and regional planning, which houses our economic development planning staff of about 6 or 7 people. We're doing the employment, lands, and economy review now as a small business health study, particularly focused on neighborhood retail businesses. We serve the BIAs, produce BizMap and online business guides. On the larger community planning side, the citywide plan, a number of studies around permitting and so forth. The False Creek Flats and Chinatown groups are busy at work in terms of transformation there, and then looking at complete communities and neighborhood shopping zones. In the sustainability group, we're looking at the circular economy policy and programs, green and digital demonstration program, mass timber, construction cost research, HVAC trade skills, for example, and the climate emergency socioeconomic impact study following on your motion of a few months ago. So those are a suite of activities. I should say we have partners in all of these efforts. There's a lot of collaboration on the green piece, for example, with VEC and others, and with universities on many of these, as well as business. One thing I mentioned in that suite of things is the Employment, Lands, and Economy Review, which will be a important building block in the upcoming city plan work. And this is really understanding more deeply and more broadly the economic drivers for Vancouver and the region, and then how to assure us an adequate supply of land and space, the right supply for the economy, not pure supply, but looking to a whole suite of users of different space needs and different abilities to pay for space. So this, I think, will be a very important piece in shaping our work going forward. This is just a diagram that shows the number of sectors and interests that we are engaging as part of that study work. Some of these Catherine mentioned and I mentioned before earlier. But when we talk about an ecosystem, this reflects who all is really engaged in this conversation, and it's quite impressive. And then I mentioned the retail and commercial districts small business study we're doing. That's underway, as is the employment land study. And this is looking particularly at 6 BIA shopping areas. They're listed there on the slide. And really understanding firsthand through conversations, through surveys, and through independent examination of what small business really needs in this changing environment, both in terms of changing real estate economics, but also in changing retail trends in particular. What is needed and what can we do to help keep Vancouver a place for small business, and particularly in the neighborhood retail sector. We will be developing an annual report card out of this, and do additional pieces of online support for business startups and so forth. We will complete that this fall. And then I just wanted to return to the citywide plan, which is really our big opportunity to integrate much of the work that we've both talked about this morning into a real strategic look forward with our partners throughout the city and the region. So just wanted to end with this slide that these two agencies that presented today are jointly working on a number of initiatives. They're listed here. I won't read through them, but it's really welcome from our part. I can say that we have a collaboration now that is more deep and more meaningful with VEC, and thank you to Catherine for that. So I will end there, and we'll take questions. We have staff from both agencies here today to help answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much for that. We have a list of folks who want to ask questions, so we'll start with Councillor Kirby-Yung. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. This question I think might be for Catherine or Ms. Warren. It really related to kind of the highlight and something that really stood out for me on the crunch on industrial space and loss in that and manufacturing. And obviously something I'm concerned about because I do have a motion coming to council this week on industrial affordability, but I also have the benefit to sit for Vancouver on Metro's Industrial Land Task Force, and there's a lot of discussion more broadly about that. So I wonder if you can comment, because there's some pretty big numbers there in terms of potential revenue. Up to half of industrial businesses may be displaced in the city in the next 5 years, I think was said, taking with potentially $3.6 billion in annual revenues. And then I look at things like land can create a struggle for industrial startups, artists and musicians. Our startup ecosystem has dropped 6 places in ranking in 2019, and the impact that has on the ability to scale up, but also city-serving businesses. So I'm wondering if you can add some color to that and talk about what kind of businesses would that be? Can you give us some examples? And what would the impact be of city-servicing businesses not being able to locate, or those green businesses not being able to be there, and how many of our businesses are small folks that need these small spaces that this is impacting?
Thank you for your question. I appreciate it. And what I'd like to do is invite our expert here from VEC, Peter Basile, who will help you respond to your question.
Great. Thanks. Good morning.
Good morning. Way down. Thank you. So a few parts to that question, so I'll try and knock them all off and let me know if I miss anything. Sure. So we'll start with up to 50% of industrial businesses could be displaced from the city and where we've come up with that number. For the last several years, about 5 years ago, our industrial land values started really skyrocketing. We saw industrial land values start to jump 30, 50, 100% year on year in some districts. And around that time, we started hearing from businesses a real concern about their lease rates going up, their property taxes, and their inability to stay in the city. We're really worried about that now because most of these businesses are on leases. About 70% of businesses are leasing their space. They're not owner-operators. and the majority of those are on triple net leases. And so as those leases come to the end of their term, many of them are 3, 5, or 10-year leases, those businesses are being displaced from the city as their lease rates go up. Now, we went back and validated kind of that this is indeed a challenge that is happening citywide and what the scale of that challenge is last year by surveying industrial businesses across the city. And for us, we defined industrial businesses as those that have an industrial element to their operations. So unlike the very kind of traditional manufacturing, wholesale, information technology categories that we see in our NAICS codes, we also looked at things like clean tech companies that fall into a whole bunch of those categories, but that are needing industrial space for prototyping or developing new products and technologies. We looked at arts and culture organizations, those that are building the sets for our local theaters, et cetera. Anyone that was in an industrial district or seeking space in an industrial district. And what we found is that 10% of those businesses said that they would for sure need to relocate in the next 2 years, and another 40% said it was likely. So that's where the 50% comes from. Now, we talked a little. You mentioned both kind of the startup challenge as well as the city serving business challenge. So just to give a little bit of color to that, I'll give some examples of startups that have started in the city of Vancouver in the last 5, 10, 15 years and have now grown into regional economic anchors. So one of them is a company called Saltworks Technologies. They're a clean technology company that helps clean the water and outflows from primarily tar sands activities in Canada. They started in Vancouver. They found a small industrial space in the port. They really struggled to grow up here in Vancouver, but they have, managed to expand and grow their organization significantly, and they're now an economic anchor for the region, now locating in Richmond. Stem Cell Technologies is another good example of a biotech company that needs industrial space for their lab and distribution operations. They're currently operating in Vancouver with more than 700 employees, and they're developing a new campus now out in Burnaby and becoming, again, a big regional economic anchor. What we're seeing now is the companies that are in those nascent stages that Stem Cell and that Saltworks were 5 years ago, they're really struggling to get a foothold in Vancouver. We don't have cheap garage spaces where they can get started up. We don't have old warehouse, a plethora of old warehouses where they can get their feet underneath them.
Thank you. I could ask you a lot more, but I can't because we're out of time. So I'm hoping we'll have a second round. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and a couple of questions for our staff and Ms. Warren. Thank you for the presentation this morning. Just the first question is around, Ms. Warren, you mentioned the fact that the VEC doesn't, as an economic agency, receive any provincial or federal funding, and compared to other sort of similar agencies across the country. I'm just curious, if there were provincial or federal funding, do you see an opportunity, does the VEC have the capacity potentially to grow and to serve the broader Metro Vancouver area? Because as we know, our business transcends city boundaries, and so I'm just curious if you could comment on that and what you think the potential is there for that.
So the potential is enormous. I hope through the presentation that staff and I put together that you saw, we punch above our weight. That said, we don't receive this critical core funding from the province or the feds as distinct from programmatic funding. And it's that core funding that we need for operations, for staffing, for infrastructure that would allow us to better serve the region and grow kind of a seamless economic development pathway so that our work could be modeled or serve other municipalities in the region. And, when the world looks at Vancouver, they see us as one Vancouver. They see the Lower Mainland or the Metro region, and they call that place Vancouver. And, I think we have a responsibility to serve and support businesses that want to transact seamlessly across the region. And we're working actively with the province and the feds to make sure that Vancouver isn't left behind when it comes to this core funding.
Great, Thank you for that. And then I'm curious, you've talked a lot about the new economies, and I recently had an opportunity to go tour the Microsoft office downtown, and talking with their staff there about how their engineers have very flexible schedules, and so often they'll be up skiing in the mountains, and then they come in late in the afternoon and work into the evening. I'm just curious if you could comment, do we have a sense of how many individuals we have working in the night sector and working at night, and what that looks like? And I'm thinking of the fact that we've also got TransLink potentially making an announcement around night transit on Thursday, and so I'm just curious if you have any data around that.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for that question, and for that, I'm going to turn it over to our head of research, James Raymond, who will respond.
Very much for the question. Unfortunately, we don't, but we would love to work with the city to collect that. So I know we have a motion coming up about the nighttime economy, I believe in the next week or so. And as part of that, I think one of the recommendations is to look at a more comprehensive study into the nighttime economy, because clearly we're in the 21st century and we don't all work 9 to 5 these days, and it's particularly important when we look at critical workers like nurses and doctors and firefighters, etc., as well as tech workers who, because of flexibility or maybe childcare concerns or different things, are working in a more non-traditional hour than a 9 to 5 work shift.
Great. Thank you for that. And then this would be one question, I think probably more likely for our staff. I'm just curious about, Mr. Kelly, you talked about the economic development roles and the different roles, private, public, and I think one part of the public side is the policy regulatory environment that we create, whether that be civically, provincially, federally. And I'm just curious from your perspective, what we're hearing in terms of potentially what are the sort of barriers or regulatory challenges that we should be tackling and looking at to support a thriving economy in the city and businesses?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of aspects to that. One is clearly just the perception that needs to grow that the city is on this topic, on this game, the economic development game. That's an important signal. A lot of that is being done now through our employment land study, because assuring that supply of affordable long-term space for a range of businesses and abilities to pay is absolutely critical. VEC can advocate. We have to deliver that piece with legislative changes by you all. And then in the permitting system, again, making sure that small businesses in particular who are hurt by long waiting periods because they're often paying lease on existing space, hoping to get the permit, is a critical piece as well. So those are just three areas in which I'd emphasize that the policy role is very important.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I have three questions, and I think the first would be, well, I don't know actually who it would be directed towards. I have a question, it's going to start fairly narrow in focus, is that, thank you for the report, is around businesses that are supporting our, sort of mentioned that one of the four main pillars is green economy. And we see a number of businesses that are opening up zero waste, which as a business, and there's a high risk and high overhead for those businesses. And I just wonder, are we in discussion, or what could we be doing to incentivize businesses such as those? We think of Soap Dispensary and Nada, so that we could see more of them popping up, because it's a very expensive operation to run. And I find, as a city, we really want to, this is you have a broad mandate, and as a local government, we also have to not forget about our direct connection and direct role with local business. And so I wondered if you could comment on your thoughts on that, or what we could see potentially in the future around incentivizing these businesses that are lining up with what we're trying to do as a city.
Thank you so much for your question, Councillor Bly. It's very important. And for this, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Brian Baggy, who's been heading up a lot of our work in the green, sustainable, and circular economy.
Thank you for your question. It's the circular economy is, we think, a big part of the future. I'll give you one example of a circular company that we're really excited about is Chop Value. Chop Value is a company located in South Van. They went from, by the way, what they do is they go to all the sushi restaurants and collect chopsticks, use chopsticks and turn them into all kinds of products, from plaques to furniture to other kinds of wooden products that they can resell. So they've gone from 0 to 48 employees in the last couple of years. They're now looking to raise $3 million in venture capital, and they want to expand to other cities. They've designed a whole IP around what they call a micro factory that they can fit inside, I don't know, probably 1,000 square feet. And they'd like to roll it out across North America and possibly the world. So it's a great example of innovation that's happening right here in Vancouver. So the key, I think, is to understand how can we get the venture capital community or the angel community to look at these circular companies that are not necessarily technology-based, are not necessarily focused on IP per se, but are bringing incredible value to our ecosystem. So that is something that we've been engaged with, and we've identified several funds that are both nationally and internationally that are focused on the circular economy. Loop Ventures is one. The Atmospheric Fund is another.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I'll move to my next question, but I do appreciate the way that the VEC can support sort of that larger venture capitalist and seeing more partnership between planning and development and perhaps DBL and VEC will also, because what I'm not hearing is incenting. And I think that that's our opportunity, is to motivate businesses to open up in alignment with what we're trying to do as sort of around sustainability as a city. So I appreciate what you're sharing, and I think it's really important sort of on a bigger scale, but we also need to narrow in on incenting regular businesses to go zero waste. So I'm going to move to my next question, but thank you very much. So this is around our local talent, and we know that we have a gap, and there's many businesses and companies that are looking outside of BC to bring talent into the city. And although some of that is very appropriate, depending on the business, I wonder what we could be doing, what the VEC could be doing to, I noticed one of our funders is Sauder School of Business. So around scholarships or some way to support education with our local talent, so that they too can be brought along in sort of this growth versus bringing people from outside of the province of the city in to meet that talent need. So
just 30 seconds left, please.
Very quickly.
Just 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
If you could leave me 15 seconds, that would be great.
So we published a couple of years ago a labor market analysis on some key sectors, and we put together 9 recommendations for our stakeholders in BC, including the province, on what we could do with respect to our talent. There are 3 themes: retention, attraction, and education. Happy to send you the report to provide more detail. Currently, we're involved in talent access. The Digital Career Fair is a really good example of that. We're also sitting on a committee for diversity and inclusion of our workforce, including, with a variety of local stakeholders and partners. And that work is just beginning, and that's a 2-year, $1.2 million initiative that we have really high expectations for. So that's
so much.
A couple of examples.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks for the reports. Very much appreciated. My first questions are for Catherine, or for whomever she designates. Catherine, you stated that the city of Vancouver was the first city in the world to define green jobs. So I'm assuming that is available on your website. I think I've seen it there, the definition of it. What are the sectors within the green job sector that have the most jobs, and which are the fastest growing?
Okay, so I appreciate this question very much, and it is such a high growth sector, and within the green sector there are growth spurts happening all the time. I would like to bring up James Raymond again, who's done a lot of research within the green economy sector at VEC. Thank you. Can you do Brian again? Okay.
Councillor Carr, thanks for the question. Did you say a definition on green jobs?
I know it's
okay.
on your. I know it's there, but I think everybody should know it's there on your website. I'm
so
interested in the sectors. Where's the fastest growth? Where are the most jobs right now within the green job sector?
Yeah, so without a doubt, we're seeing significant increases in green buildings. And kudos to the City of Vancouver and the Zero Emissions Building Bylaw for aiding that growth. I'm expecting to see more growth in the future because of our much tougher building codes on new construction. So that's super exciting. And that includes also the BC Energy Step Code. The second sector, of course, is local food. In fact, of all the green jobs that we're measuring right now, local food accounts for about 25% of all of our green jobs.
Okay, that's great. And do we have I'm assuming we include circular economy as green jobs. Do we have a sense of what percentage or what proportion of green jobs are in the circular economy? Recycling, zero waste?
Yeah, not yet. So circular economy will be something we'll be starting to track in the future. In fact, for our 2020 Green City Action Plan update, we hope to include those numbers.
Great, thank you. One other question about the green jobs and particularly around the green building sector. Yeah. Catherine noted 3.3 billion potential in the green building sector. Now, is that in construction itself? Is it in the wages? It's in the sales? I'm just, and what about the training? Do we need more training in this sector?
We absolutely need more training, and organizations like BCIT are on top of that, of course. So that includes 6 product lines, and it includes the construction industry, and that's between now and 2032.
Great.
And that is a very conservative number, in my opinion, and in actually our opinion. We think it's much larger, especially when you account for the rest of the province, as well as the Cascadia region. It becomes a significant market opportunity for our local clean tech cluster right here in Vancouver.
Okay, are we looking at manufacturing? For example, I know there's interest in establishing or finding a source for modular passive homes, the components, the building components for them in the province. Do we have anything equivalent? That's not going to happen, I don't think, in Vancouver. But are there any manufacturing components? Because around the passive house standard equivalent, you know, I hear that we still have to import doors and windows from Europe and that kind of thing.
Well, I think to use an example, Cascadia Windows is an exceptional company right here in Vancouver producing very high quality windows. So they'll respond to any competition that we may see from Europe. But I think having expertise from Europe land here is also a good thing for our ecosystem. And I imagine they'll partner and invest as much as they will set up their own facilities. So we're excited to help both the global community as well as the local community on that aspect.
Great. Another point that was raised by Catherine was around the affordability issue. Have you done any analysis? I mean, we know that high-tech jobs are a big component of our economy here. A lot of it is global reach. We're getting people, and the film industry too, global reach. So people are mobile. Have you analyzed whether is it for young families? Is it for singles? Is it rental versus ownership? Can you give us some sense of the demand?
I'll have James Raymond answer that question.
We're just at the end of the 5 minutes, so we'll have to leave that for another time. Perhaps somebody else asks a similar question. Councillor Hardwick's next. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'd like to start, actually, Mr. Kelly, with a couple of questions for you. Just as you know, this is kind of my space, having started in the film and television industry 35 years, spent 20 years in that, and then the last 15 in new media and then digital technology. So I'm very keen on this, and I'm just a general message with this reoccurring working group. It's certainly something that I, as a member of council, would be interested in being included in the future. You talked about the Cascadia region, and you looked at Vancouver in relation to Seattle and Portland, and we saw the similarities in terms of population size of the cities proper. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that wasn't noted there was the size geographically of those cities, because Seattle and Portland are both larger in terms of land mass. And I always come back to this 115 square kilometers. Yeah. And I remain concerned in terms of scope. You know, we're dealing with the nuts and bolts, where we're locating industry or, you know, the various different activities that we're talking about. So I'm concerned that, and this is a general statement, that we confine our activities within our boundaries, because a lot of what I'm hearing really is regional, and that's something that I'm going to direct to Ms. Warren in a minute. But one of the key things that I've noted is back in the previous century, pre-internet, we had to go to the office because that's where the files were. That doesn't happen anymore. The internet, we're working wherever we are, there we are. So as we're considering the citywide planning process, are you considering the sort of distributed approach to job spaces in all of the neighborhoods of the city? Because when we talk about complete communities, we talk about retail, sure, but a lot of people are sitting in front of their computers and they're on Skype or conferencing. They don't physically need to go downtown to get to the office. Have you taken, or been you thinking about a more distributed approach to work throughout the fabric of the city?
The short answer to that question is yes. We will include that in our thinking about both about complete neighborhoods and in terms of the employment land study coming up. There still will likely be concentrations of employment in Vancouver, but there's an opportunity, as you say, to distribute work and workplace, particularly with technological advances throughout the city. And on your first point, I would note that while I showed the metro populations and the city proper populations, there are differences, as you said, between the three Cascadian metros. I would just note that in Portland's case, it has almost an identical city population to Vancouver, but a larger geography, so less dense per square kilometer. However, many of the issues there, I led the work to preserve industrial lands there because we saw light industrial production uses and so forth as needing long-term affordable space. And so that was a major initiative there. So I think there are lessons to be drawn from each of the cities, both successes and not, to be incorporated in the city plan.
We used to talk about live-work space and work-live space, again, pre-internet. And we were generally trying to figure out from a zoning perspective and also from a, business license and taxation perspective, how to manage those. Has that re-entered the lexicon? Are we thinking about live-work and work-live?
It's not mentioned as much, but I think it is an opportunity now to look at that again. And again, there were enforcement issues around that, both here and elsewhere, in defining the proportions of space that could be used for each, so you had legitimate work uses and not simply a high-priced living space with a hobby and those kinds of issues. But we can look at those again.
Well, I would think that would also have implications for transportation when people can be working closer to home.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of our transportation has been thinking about getting people in and out of the city rather than accommodating them within the city proper.
Correct.
Have you looked at other things? I know there's cities that have looked at building over railroad tracks and that kind of land that is potentially, you could be building industrial warehousing, for example, over railroad tracks. Has there been any exploration of that approach?
Not so far locally. There are examples of that from other cities in Europe and in Asia in particular, which we could look into. I would say we are looking at intensification of employment uses and even the potential for some rental housing at the Rupert Renfrew stations, for example. Whether it would literally bridge over the tracks is a question we haven't explored yet. But
that's the 5 minutes.
Thank you. We'll get another round. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just have one question, actually, and maybe this is for Catherine, but I'm curious to know if the VEC is playing a role in working with the nonprofit sector. My understanding is that there's a not insignificant percentage of jobs in the city in the nonprofit sector, and so I'm just curious if you're working with Vantage Point or the Vancouver Foundation or other folks strengthening that sector.
Yes, we are, as well as the education sector, and in particular, NGOs come to VEC because they want to be part of an ecosystem that includes businesses to partner with, businesses to support them through sponsorship or funding, and businesses that could possibly take advantage of the NGO services and activism that they offer. So, while we, our mission is to serve the business community, the business doesn't exist in a void or in a vacuum, and NGOs are very much a part of this ecosystem. Thank you.
Question. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I have a few questions. One is great to see the small business survey. Empty storefront registry. I know that people have talked about similar to all the empty storefronts and trying to find tenants and creating that as we continue to have a lot of empty storefronts in our neighborhoods. So I'm just wondering if that's something we're looking at. The second one, and most is on city-owned property, and that is utilizing them as incubator spaces. I know that we have properties in some of our city-owned property like Fraser and Broadway that I've been asking for 5 years have been vacant. And if we could do 1 year at a low rate, so people get their business cards, get their brand going, second year a little bit higher, and third year at market, just to try to incubate because we are a large, landowner in the city of Vancouver.
Just on your first question, we're looking at that specifically in downtown East Side right now. Peter Vaseboard is here, who's leading the small business study, so we'll be looking at the neighborhood lens in that. And it's a good question you raised, the second one, which we haven't looked at specifically yet, but we could do that when we bring back the small business study in the fall to you.
Okay, and third question is on a circular hub. I know that the industrial land, city owns a significant amount on the flats, and I know that the housing added to the flats plan has increased values and is maybe something we need to look to revisit. So I'm wondering if we're looking at revisiting now the false plan to remove housing to try to dampen the speculation price on
We allowed housing in a very small area of the flats plan, really at the edges, the southern and south, west and western edges only of the flats, so we didn't allow it generally. That said, there's a lot of speculation in the market over the last few years about both more higher paying economic uses and housing that hasn't quite settled down or washed out. So I'm not sure we need to revisit the flats plan per se, but we are looking at this larger question in the employment land study that we're doing is what is the effect of housing and what is the effect of ownership versus rental housing on land values in these employment zones? Because we have a very limited amount of employment land in the city, so we don't want it to essentially disappear by outpricing the use for businesses.
Perfect. And then on that, we have talked about kind of a circular hub or an option to really put a zero waste facility that can utilize used materials, an incubator for fabricators and everything else, like a 6-story circular hub. We do have city-owned land. Have we looked, and I know it talks about VC becoming a developer or being part of land, are we looking at creating kind of 6-story properties, industrial city-owned lands, to really be an incubator for the green jobs, green economy, circular economy, and this whole kind of all the goals we're looking for?
Conceptually, we need to move in that direction. I don't know that we've done any, on the planning side, have done any deep study of that. I don't know if Petra's, how far she's gotten into that role, but there's a partnership between Petra and some of our staff to begin to make forays into this arena. What do we actually need to establish that localized green economy?
Okay, and then on top of that, the music economy and the rest are saying the same things, right? 6-story, 2,000, 3,000 square foot place for jam space, musical components, right? We continue to hear these good ideas, and yet when I walk down Industrial Ave, there's 2 climbing centers, Busters. It doesn't have that economy of industrial jobs that you'd want to see on Industrial Ave. And the property owner at the end is talking about housing and doesn't want trucks going up and down. So I'm a little bit nervous, and so I'm looking for this innovation. So it's great to see these reports and the actions, and looking forward to the follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I wanted to thank Ms. Warren. As Deputy Mayor in December, I had the opportunity to attend a wonderful event that was hosted by the Vancouver Economic Commission and spend the morning sitting. Actually, instead of being in council, I was there for on behalf of the mayor, but hearing from people who maybe this was their first time to Vancouver, but they were excited to invest here, and hearing about not only the people that they may bring with them, but what comes from that as well, the visitors that will visit them, the people who will make Vancouver home. So I wanted to thank you for that really hands-on experience and having the opportunity to speak to people at that forum. Also want to thank our staff for their great work in moving things forward and touching on a couple of only a couple of things that haven't been asked by other council members, is especially childcare. If people are coming here with their families, I know it was briefly touched on in talking about the nighttime economy, but I do see it as the same and I do see it as different. I'm in a situation where traditional childcare doesn't work for me. I've heard that from others, but it's not just about that sector. It's about all sectors and looking at affordability, not just housing in Vancouver. It's harder to build childcare in a sense because we at the city expect occupancy for all of those spaces before we give occupancy perhaps for our housing. I see Mr. Kelly I think we're going to have a talk about that soon. We're scheduled, Mr. Kelly, to do that. But how are we making sure that we're working with partners to make sure that there is accessible, affordable childcare for people who are coming to Vancouver and bringing their families with them? Even if they can't afford market childcare, there just aren't enough spaces, it seems, in the city of Vancouver.
Thank you so much for the question. I can speak personally or professionally on this topic. I have 2 children myself in Vancouver. So I'm delighted that the VC is now on the new Joint Childcare Council. That's an initiative of obviously the City Council. And there's a fantastic collection of representatives from YWCA, from the school board, from anyone who has an interest in this. It's partly led by the $10 a daycare initiative organisation that you may know of. But why we're on that is because this has become an economic issue. So we have businesses that are reaching out to us and saying, you have to do something about this childcare. We have a great example of a tech company. They all used to be in their 20s and they're all coding, and now they're in their 30s and they have children, and it's a real crisis for them. And they're saying, please, we are desperate, we will pay, we just need some childcare spaces. So we've actually just started collecting a list of lots of companies, which even include companies like Amazon and others. And these are companies who their staff are crying out for childcare, and they're happy to subsidise or pay, but there's literally, as you know, not enough spaces. And so I've sat on one of the council meetings already, and as you know, it's a complicated issue. It's actually a provincial responsibility to provide it, although the school board provide more childcare spaces in Vancouver more than anyone else. The good news is that there's a lot of really enthusiastic, very connected, very engaged partners around that, and we're really really excited to work with them because, as you say, it has become an economic issue. And personally, for me, childcare is, you know, I'm actually paying $2,000 a month, and I have a second child that's going to be looking to have to find a childcare space. So this is a real issue that's personally and professionally of interest to me.
Thank you. And then just following up on that, I know that in Councillor Dominato's motion for the nighttime economy, if passed, that mentions working with the Vancouver Economic Commission. I also put forward a motion before about childcare and creating a hub, a licensing hub, you know, one-stop shop, and hopefully maybe as our staff continue to work on that, they could also work with you to see what maybe creative ideas we could come up with together. Just one last question was about the model of Park Casino. I understand Park Casino, when it was passed, and it was before my time here at council, I believe that Councillor Carr was on council at that time, but they have an agreement, and in their agreement with the City of Vancouver, they employ, I believe it's 20% of their employees from the downtown east side. And I'm just wondering if you've considered working with any of your partners that come to Vancouver that may be looking to actually include a social enterprise or vulnerable part of the population, perhaps, in their workforce or in the people that they hire here in the City of Vancouver. I thought it was a very unique model that I heard about through Park, and just wondered if it was something that you've considered, and how the Vancouver Economic Commission, as well as our staff, are working on that model moving forward. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Meg O'Shea with the Vancouver Economic Commission. I'm happy to respond also on behalf of the city, so if any city staff want to weigh in. We're very proud that Vancouver has a community benefit agreement in place now, so developments over a certain size and cost have to commit to and demonstrate 10% of social hiring in their hiring practices and 10% of local purchasing or procurement in their practices. I think there's a lot of room for expansion there to look at it beyond development at a certain scale. Of course, it's mandatory above a certain scale and optional below. But there's also room to expand our idea of what development levies and community amenity contributions can go to support. I think this also looks to the childcare question that you opened earlier. And we're in there. We're working as hard as we can. Some of our international efforts, for example, help businesses looking to open in Vancouver understand the community benefit agreement, understand how they can land well in Vancouver and contribute to Vancouver's society on the whole.
Thanks very much for your time. Council, so I've got a request to do a second round. Everybody okay with that? Anybody not okay? Okay. On to Councillor Kirby-Yung then. Let's reset your timer.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I have two questions. I'll start, I think, wow, sorry. I'll start, I always have a faulty mic. I'll start with two questions, and I'll start with Mr. Kelly, if I could. And it really relates to land use, particularly back to the topic of the day for me, industrial land, and whether that's intensifying use, temporary space, looking at zones, for example. I know that it's been referenced several times that in downtown Vancouver we would have a much more significant problem if we hadn't designated the area sort of north of Georgia specifically to be non-residential and for business purposes. So I'm just wondering, with the Metro Vancouver Industrial Lands study that is expected to complete at the end of the year, how staff are dovetailing with that, and when council can expect any recommendations or sort of policy considerations to come back.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is introduce Matthew Burke from our planning staff, who is actually leading that study, and he can answer it really quickly, particularly on the timing question.
Great. So just in terms of the timing, we're going to be coming back to council with an update on the employment land strategy in particular in the fall, and then recommendations in the spring. And Metro Vancouver's finishing their industrial land strategy right in the middle there, so it's really quite aligned.
Okay, and can we expect that the scope of that would include recommendations around consistent definitions of zoning uses as it relates specifically to industrial, or whether or not there's a recommendation to adopt or not adopt some of the recommendations that come in Metro's report? And I know they're considering a range of things, from a designation of, although on a spectrum from industrial land, similar to an ALR, all the way up to just best practices and information sharing and recommendations. So there's going to be a wide breadth of potential tools, I think.
Yeah, I think in the update in the fall, we would have to speak to how we're aligned with the Metro recommendations and what we think would work for Vancouver in our particular circumstance, versus what may have to be something that doesn't work for us.
Okay, so I'm hearing we are going to take a close look at it.
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I'm going to direct my next question to Vancouver Economic, and it's really about something that I didn't see in the report. And I know we have a focus on 4 key areas, but tourism is a really important employer in the city. And so if Metro Vancouver, $4.8 billion directly into the economy, 70,000 jobs, 200 and I think it is 30 cruise ship calls coming annually. So really significant economic driver. And yet we're suffering, just like we are with industrial space, a loss of hotel rooms at 1,200 and going on 1,600, I believe, which is predicted to also potentially have a revenue loss of billions of dollars. So I'm wondering why Vancouver Economic doesn't focus on that, or it's not highlighted as an issue.
Well, we partner with Tourism Vancouver on a number of things. That's really in their wheelhouse, but we would provide support and research to help them mitigate some of these risks, in particular with the hotel crisis. And in terms of other relationships that we work with Tourism Vancouver on, they would be more programmatic around our pillar areas. So, for example, we have a film tourism program that we run together with Tourism Van.
Okay, so simply because you feel it's being done?
Yeah, we feel it. We feel it's being handled, and I guess one of the things that we look to do within the community that we operate in is where do we lead as VEC, and where do we support, or where do we partner, or where are we a member? And in that particular case, the one you mentioned, because Ty is taking such a lead role in that area, and it's in his wheelhouse. We are there as a support.
Okay, and I noticed that you did refer to it as a hotel crisis. So would you say it's fair to say that you think that's something that council also very much needs to have on its radar and be looking at as it relates to how we can have policies that are friendly to encourage hotel development?
I would say so, yes. And I see Gil standing up. He may also have an opinion on this.
We actually are working on hotel policy. The last council passed an overall statement saying this is a crisis and we need to do some things. So we're following on that work now with a variety of different types of hotels and accommodations to figure out what we can do to incent or ease their creation in Vancouver.
I'm glad to hear that, because it's not hotels are not just tourism, but they also support business in terms of enabling their exploration of the city for economic opportunities starting up. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two brief questions for Ms. Warren and her team. I'm just curious around, you talked about the current sector focus, and I'm just curious how sort of our traditional resource sectors fit within that, because they're actually interlinked as we talk about sort of the technology and the green economy. Some of those traditional resource sectors like mining, forestry are connected to some of those, and just how they fit, because I think we do have some companies based in Vancouver, but I'm just curious if you could speak to that a little bit more broadly.
Yeah, I mean, broadly speaking, the resource sector in Vancouver and British Columbia is mature, and VEC tends to work in the high-growth, newer side of the economy. But by way of example, all businesses, including resource businesses, are undergoing deep digital strategic transformation. And so, for example, with things like augmented and virtual reality, they're reconfiguring how they train their employees or how they model and prototype things. So to the extent that we work within the digital media ecosystem, we are in fact supporting all of these businesses that rely on that innovation and technology to advance and in some cases become more sustainable as a result.
Thank you. And then one more question is just around, you'd mentioned in your presentation that female-owned businesses, there's a real struggle for finding capital. And I'm just curious, are there incentive models or programs or other ways of sort of connecting those small business owners or female-owned businesses to capital?
Yes, in fact, at VEC, we run something called the Capital Mentorship Program that is for female founders, and in some cases we're connecting them to female funders, which is great because it turns out the way that female investors hear a pitch from a female CEO gives that female CEO a stronger likelihood of securing that capital. So the knowledge transfer, the education, and the convening in this area is absolutely critical. And we're not just convening investors and founders locally, but we're also bringing investors from other areas who might be interested in investing locally in companies with diverse boards or diverse management teams.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick.
Ms. Warren. Speaking as one of those female founders and serial entrepreneurs, again, something that resonates with me personally, I'd like to talk about applicable costs and scope. Vancouver, as we know, is limited tax base, but so much of what we're doing and what you've described is really regional in nature. So from a business development standpoint, for example, if you're out trying to promote Vancouver as a film destination, chances are when the film company comes in here, they're going to go shoot in Langley or somewhere else out further because they get better tax incentives. How do you address the issues that we're funding this as a city when really the implications are regional?
Thank you so much, Councillor Hardwick. It's a good question, and it's a somewhat of a challenging conundrum. We work with businesses from around the world that say want to shoot in what they think of as Vancouver, but as you say, when they arrive here, they may end up shooting somewhere else or locating a fabulous studio somewhere else. And, through some of our programmatic funding and third-party sponsorship from other sources, which include organizations like Creative BC and others, we are able to do more of what I would call a baton pass to another municipality. Our hope is, as you heard me say earlier, that we would ultimately benefit from core federal and provincial funding, which would allow us to do that collaboratively in a more cohesive way with the other municipalities.
Well, I am hopeful that this is something that could be funded by Metro Vancouver and not just be sitting on Vancouver's budget. But carrying on in that line of thinking in terms of the senior levels of government, for me, whether it was film and television or digital media and technology, if I'm looking to the province for tax credits, for example, you mentioned Creative BC. Mm-hmm. So the province has the wherewithal financially to be giving tax credits. On the digital and technology side, the province has the Small Business Venture Capital Act, of course, that provides BC-based investors with tax rebates to encourage them to invest in local innovation. But the city doesn't have that kind of money. It doesn't have the scope that the province or the federal government has to be incenting businesses through tax credits or grants. What are the other ways, other than directly investing in or providing tax credits, are you assisting businesses especially in these innovation areas?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll answer broadly speaking, and then I'll invite our film commissioner up to address specifically on the issue of film and television. Because we're not a city that offers incentives as part of our cross-border investment attraction, for example, we have asked these companies that want to land here or expand here, why Vancouver? And they often say it's because of the high-quality, high-skilled labor force that you have. It's because of the expertise that you have. It's because of the specific innovative talent that comes through the universities here and what they're trained on along the way, being workforce ready. So that serves as an incentive in its own right, as distinct from, say, a financial incentive. And then we work with, partner organizations like the CMPA and unions to also make sure that that's in the messaging that goes out, if you're speaking specifically about film and television.
Well, I'm not speaking specifically. I'm talking about the knowledge-based industries broadly. My overarching concern, though, is that the city not foot the bill for this kind of activity, which is better borne by the senior levels of government, and that activities such as we've been describing, when I look at the film industry, what the city can do is we need permits for parking and police, the nuts and bolts stuff. We don't really have the ability to be doing the kinds of activities that are funded by the senior levels of government. And I just want to ensure that we're maintaining a balance there.
Yeah, and I really listen to your concerns because you've expressed them before. We've had conversations about this, and VEC is participating as a collaborator with other agencies, and we went out, following hearing your concerns to the community and received about 40 letters of support and testimonials that talked about the specific work that we do. And I just thought if I had time, I could read just a couple of key sentences.
We're just at the end of the 5 minutes, actually, but if you wanted to supply the letters to us,
I could supply those letters to you from the Musqueam Nation, from Netflix, from a local company, Omni, that just talk about what VEC does as distinct from what the others do and where city money is best spent in this regard.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Weep?
Yeah, one just quick comment. I just did a presentation at UBC to a bunch of academics on the ability for city infrastructure to innovate with different organizations. So I'm wondering how VC is working with industry, with other departments in the City of Vancouver, like our infrastructure team, engineering. So groups like engineering and others, sorry, the word is lost. So we have a lot of departments doing a lot of big work, and there's some amazing innovation that's coming to Vancouver. So I'm wondering how VC is coordinating with other city departments on different projects like water mains and different components to bring in innovation.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Wiebe. A couple of different examples. So the Strategic Waste Services Group or team inside of the Solid Waste Division. So we're working very closely with them and developing obviously the Zero Waste Strategy 2040 and the subsequent circular economy plan, not just for Vancouver, but for the entire region. So that's a great example of where we're collaborating. And then, of course, probably the most exciting thing we have going on with engineering is our Green and Digital Demonstration Program, which has just recently been rebranded to the Technology Deployment Network. So we have been demonstrating on municipal assets, infrastructure, fleets, buildings, underground infrastructure, where we allow our clean tech entrepreneurs, our digital entrepreneurs to go through proof of concept or pilot testing or demonstrating their new innovative solutions that help the city reduce its environmental footprint at the neighborhood scale or city scale. So these are important projects that help our entrepreneurial and startup community accelerate the commercialization of their ideas and their solutions. And then the Vancouver Economic Commission can help those wins through export development programs and help them get to larger markets. So it's been a fantastic partnership with the engineering team. And I know Jerry Dubrovny is a big fan of the program, and it's worked out quite well. And it's great for the economy as well.
Okay, great to hear. And then a follow-up. When I was in Mumbai and Hong Kong meeting the economic development managers, they talked about if we could give specific needs. So if we want straws to be developed with coffee grinds in Vancouver, that we would ask those economic development components to then come in, and if they knew the specific needs Vancouver needed in the green economy. So I'm wondering if we're growing a portfolio of what gaps or companies we want and sending it out to the world saying, these are the type of brands or companies that Vancouver is looking to meet the needs. And I'm wondering if we're at that level yet, or if that's something we're looking at in the future.
Yeah, so we've got some extraordinary city-to-city relationships established already. So, and in some cases we have MOUs signed, and in other cases they're more informal. Economic development team to economic development team. So Amsterdam, Helsinki, Copenhagen, Yokohama, Guangzhou, Songnam, which is in Korea. Those are examples of some of the cities where we already have great relationships. And that's the kind of messaging we get across all the time. So even now, when I think about the question earlier about how we're helping circular companies, I can reach out to our economic development team in Helsinki and ask them to coordinate a meeting with Loop Ventures to take a look at how to fund some of our companies right here in Vancouver. So this is, I would call it the result of years of work in establishing these kinds of relationships with like-minded, similar value type cities. And I should throw Toronto in the mix too.
Okay, but are we looking to expand that network, or how do we open it up to, right? Obviously India is a growing market, and they kept saying that they have companies wanting to come here and help us out with our green economy, or support vice versa. So I'm just wondering, how do we expand from those 8 cities you talk about, which is amazing, to kind of expanding it to the rest of the world?
I mean, we're ready. So with the help of people like yourself, we can replicate this to other cities pretty easily. So Hong Kong, as an example, if there's companies that can help us green up faster and vice versa, then we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. Just have one sort of follow-up, but I did want to make comment. So my follow-up will be with Mr. Kelly, but my comment was I really wanted to appreciate you, Mr. Buggy, for the participating in the workshop that Metro Vancouver put on circular economy. And I think we really should follow up on that. It was very exciting to hear what they're doing in Europe. And so I would support Councillor Weeb's interest being pursued on that issue. Mr. Kelly, I'm interested in arts and culture and the fact that their jobs are growing in arts and culture. Yeah. And we know that there is an absolute crisis in this city in terms of affordability and security of space that is affordable for the arts and culture sector. Can you outline for us what planning is doing right now around that particular crisis?
Well, we're in the sort of discovery phase right now on the facts around that, along with our colleagues in ACCS who are working on the Creative City strategy update. What I would say is that this is a subset of uses that we're looking at carefully in the employment lands study, particularly around the affordable space needs, not only for industrial users, but for artists and so forth. It's a real crunch for those users right now, and they're increasingly being driven to the outskirts of the region or to close down because there just isn't that space. So that's one of the sort of early actions we want to look at when we come forward with the employment land study.
When does that report back? Sorry.
That will be coming to you. First phase of that will be coming to you in the fall and then wrap up in the spring. But there may be some early actions that we can take at the fall date.
Great. I look forward to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I've got myself on the list here for Ms. Warren, if you had a chance to answer a few questions. So two things have struck me just being in this job for the time I've been. Just the incredible opportunity we have here. For example, I met with Brad Smith, the president of Microsoft, the other day, who came in to talk about kind of their investment in the region, but also how they want to expand and both promote local talent, incubators and that kind of stuff. Also, U.S. Consul General Catherine Dehaney talking about closer links with Seattle and Portland. So just wondering, how do you think we can better accomplish taking advantage of the opportunities that are offered to us?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I also saw Brad Smith this week too, in his conversation about democracy and cybersecurity. It was really interesting. We are working very closely in the Cascadia Innovation Corridor, and I think starting local and building this hub that touches on the values that Vancouver shares in conjunction with Seattle and Portland. We are a distinct part of the world that does value things like diversity, like inclusion, we have the same kind of everything from time zone to values around innovation. So really digging in there and putting a stake in the ground for our leadership in Cascadia will propel Vancouver forward for sure. Also at VEC, we are a gateway to the Asia Pacific, and we do a lot of good work there to make sure that our local business communities that have populations from China, from Japan, from Korea, have access to the trade missions that we would like to take them on to grow that bench strength between Vancouver and other countries to take advantage of trade routes and whatnot. So I would say, our Western attributes are our strengths. And if we can focus on that and the East-West connection, the sky is the limit for what Vancouver will accomplish.
Great, thanks. And the second thing is, I was struck by your presentation chart about not having any core money coming from federal and provincial levels. I do have a call with Minister Ralston on Wednesday to continue to talk about this, and other mayors in the region seem keen to get going. But just in terms of securing federal and provincial funding, any ideas or what efforts are you doing to help us meet that objective?
Well, number one, we have aggregated the work that we do that is regional, that's funded through other sources, and compiled that along different programs, from our technology deployment network, to our Asia Pacific Gateway work, to our Film Commission, and other work that we're doing in technology and digital entertainment. So I think for the first time, we've really captured our regional value proposition. Now it's up to us and working with all of you to make the case for the province and the feds that we need to invest in this work and make it more intentional and comprehensive in order for us to compete globally. So that analysis has been provided to Minister Ralston as well. In addition, we have a vision for how Vancouver's focus on economic development could be a model for other ACDEV agencies in other municipalities, and how we can kind of lend everything from our customer relationship management model to our programmatic models so that they can also grow out economic development regionally. And you all heard me say that we work in 4 specific sectors, but I can imagine in Surrey and Burnaby and others, they might want to focus on life sciences or agri-tech or other sectors. And we have this model for cluster development that we would like to pass on and proliferate throughout the region.
And I guess you can see that with for example, Surrey wanting to move over from RCMP to other, to another police force, their own local police force. They've contracted the VPD to do that initial work and study. So is that what you're kind of envisioning? Something that there could be some of that kind of work that we recover some costs from?
That's absolutely one model. We would expect that over time and with the support from the province and the feds, that the other municipalities would also want to contribute because they'll see the direct benefits. And it may be in the form of research reports that we can generate or direct cross-border investment that we can help land in other municipalities.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much for your time today.
Thank you so
I don't
much.
see any other questions, so I think we're good. Thanks very much. Okay, Council, we're at 11:30, and the next item of business is we're moving to unfinished business. The first item is the continuing the discussion on exploring new forms of hospitality and housing tenure to support purpose-built rental. At the reconvened Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on June 19th, Council heard from speakers and referred discussion and decision to the regular Council meeting on June 25th as unfinished business. And I will welcome people to come on the list. If you point of information, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if we could move for a recess, just a 5-minute recess.
And reason for the...
Just wanted to make sure that everything was organized in a way that things had moved around, and wanted to make sure that I had all of my notes, considering this has happened over several weeks in many different meetings. I was hoping that we would be able to do that after the first report reference.
Okay. Again, I'm not quite clear on the reason, but I can ask Council if you want to recess for 5 minutes to get things in order. So we'll need a seconder for that second, Councillor Dominato. So all in favor of recessing for 5 minutes? 2. All those opposed?
Just make sure that
okay.
we'll be consistent on that one when others.
Oh, we're moving ahead. Okay. So I have of course, put your name in the speakers list. Maybe the clerk, you can refresh us of where we left off.
That's what I was kind of hoping for, but yes.
So we're just remind us where we left off when it comes to this. We're just we've gone through hearing from public and that kind of stuff. Right. So we're just on discussion and debate, hoping to move to a decision on this private motion from put forward by Councillor Fry. So I have Councillor Boyle on the list.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have circulated a referral motion. I have pretty significant concerns about this motion, specifically the amount of work that it would create for staff, but also I'm just aware we've been giving our housing staff in particular quite a bit of work, and we are hearing report backs coming up both on how we could be tweaking the incentives that we have for rental housing and deeper affordability, and also that we have a report back scheduled in September specifically on the work that we have been doing already on the short-term rental program. So my hope is that we can refer this motion to staff for comment as part of that one-year report back that's already scheduled for September, and then go from there.
Okay, thanks very much. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dejanova has seconded. I'll move us now to an amendment queue for discussion of this amendment. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to speak against the referral motion or amendment, and the reason is that this motion actually already calls for a report back or to be part of the report back. So I just want to note for Council's interest that Section E of the motion specifically states that Council directs staff to include in their winter 2019 report back, which is referenced in the referral motion, how the incentives, options other than DCL waivers might help improve financial performance and delivery. And there's also a report back in the July 2019 report back on rental incentive program review to be included. So basically, C, D, and E are all report backs or including in reports back. So I feel that this is a duplication of what's already happened.
Okay, so are you asking for a ruling on that, or is that just a statement?
Oh, how interesting.
No, I wasn't
sure.
trying to be interesting.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually would like you to rule on whether or not it's in order. Thank you.
I would actually say, just looking at from the information that you have here, the current motion says that staff would consider this in a July, like a report next month. That's what Section C and D says. However, this motion is asking for a later report back. So I would think that that is in order to refer it to September because it is substantively different. So that's my ruling on this one. Thanks. Councillor Dejanova?
Thank you. Sorry, I went on the list, but depending on where we get to this, I was hoping through you, Mr. Mayor, I could perhaps ask staff if it would be possible to report back on this by July of 2019. I mean, we're talking about a month here, and if we're asking staff either way, however we want to slice it, referral or not referral, to do this work, what I understand, Councillor Boyle,
I got you.
just is September. So I'd like to know, through you to staff, could they answer on whether or not they'd be able to complete this work by July, considering it addresses a number of different things?
Sure. Thank you. So asking the deputy manager, city manager, to give us your best shot if you think a month is enough time to do this work.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think reasonably this is a complex topic, as we heard from the speakers that Council heard from at your last meeting. For staff to provide a substantive update on this issue, I do not expect that we'd be able to give you a fulsome report back in July, particularly because a lot of the work that's been done for that report back is well advanced. I think we could incorporate comment into a report back on short-term rentals that's coming forward in the fall, so that I think is more feasible.
Okay, thank you very much. That satisfy you, Councillor Dejanova? Okay, thanks. So, Councillor Carr, did you have anything else?
I'm speaking specifically to
the amendment.
Yes,
Yep.
no, I'm fine.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be speaking against the referral, and specifically because of the reasons cited by Councillor Carr, but also because I have also circulated holding on the queue with a number of amendments that clarify timelines, given the fact that it did take a while with our very busy council schedule for this to come forward. So I have proposed some amendments that I think speak to some of the timing concerns And then again, I would reiterate the fact that the motion itself does ask for a report back. So I find that to be redundant and problematic. And I'd like to, I won't be supporting the referral in hopes that we can move forward on the material debate on the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. This was one of the concerns that I had. I also have some amendments that were on the queue, or I was on the queue to move forward with those amendments during the last meeting. I actually wasn't the last meeting; it was the meeting before the last meeting. So, although I do have my agenda, I've come prepared. Just knowing that this was perhaps possibly, I wasn't quite sure about the referral. Wanting to kind of sort that out. That's why I had asked for a recess, just to kind of make sure that I had been able to go through some of the amendments that were circulated by council, including Councillor Kirby-Young's amendments that she had sent out earlier, and the amendments that I had submitted as well. That being said, the recess didn't stand, so I wasn't able to do that. So it's difficult at this point, also knowing that the timeline's so tight. Another point of information through you to the Deputy City Manager, if possible, would be this motion specifically ties, the way I read it, the DCL waiver to this model. Is there a possibility of this model without tying it to the DCL waiver? Or looking at the DCL waiver at all and just finding two different things in this motion that might not necessarily need to be? They could be two separate motions, so I was wondering about that.
Well, in terms of a point of information, that's a pretty complicated thing to.
So point of information, two quick.
Can I finish?
So, yes.
And so that's why you'd refer it back to staff for study, so you could have the specific questions answered. I don't think answering it on the floor. I'm not going to ask staff for that because it's kind of an impossible request. So.
Okay, well, I'll hope that Councillor Fry, because it's his motion, I see him on the queue, so looking forward to hearing from him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, well, I'm really worried about this motion. I told Councillor Fry that. I'm worried about its impact on hotel workers. I think I quoted last time we were discussing is the quote from Sandra where it said, we have no requirement for a lobby or back of house. The front desk and concierge is simply on your phone. So hotel workers are really struggling now for dignity, for hours, for decent wages. Their union is opposed to this. And I don't, my druthers would be that we just defeat the motion rather than get staff to spend a bunch of time looking at something that's going to weaken rights for workers. The person who was here from Sonder basically said that they contract out the services for their buildings, which means that they're even harder to unionize, and it's another layer in whether or not the workers can get good working conditions and wages. So, yeah, I'll probably vote for the referral, but my inclination would be to just vote against the whole motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just speaking to the motion to refer. I really do appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young's amendments that were supplied. I think they were thoughtful, and they did address, obviously, that we have been on this for a little while, and it's been bumped. So where originally the request for July seemed reasonable 2 months or a month ago, it's a little tight now. So I do think that the amendments as supplied by Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Swanson are both helpful and germane to this motion, so I will not be supporting this referral. I do note that it mostly, as Councillor Carr alluded, it's mostly referring staff to consider and to really just, it's not overly prescriptive, and I do appreciate the intent of Councillor Boyle to minimize any extra work for staff, although I do think that this is part of the larger consideration. I'll speak further to the motion itself, but on the referral, no.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to entertain that we either move for an early lunch, possibly, and then we can reconvene on this in the afternoon. So that's the motion I'd like to propose right now.
Second.
Okay, so the motion on the Can we?
My move is to recess.
Just 1 second,
meeting at
please.
this time.
Just, yep, I've got you. I'll just stop your clock.
Thank you. Or I'd entertain a 5-minute recess because that was on the table earlier. I'm on the queue. I'm just asking. I may not be in order for my.
Thanks very much. So the motion on the floor is to recess now and then come back and discuss this after the in-camera meeting. So that would be at 3 o'clock. We have a seconder. So point of procedure, Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can guide me, Mr. Mayor, as to where in the procedure bylaw it indicates that a motion to recess trumps other councillors that are waiting in the queue to also provide actions on a motion.
That can be raised at any time. I've got my little wheel here somewhere, but it's, but I believe it would immediately stop because Councillor Dominato has the floor and is able to put forward motions on the floor. So for example, you could move other things, but it would trump other folks in the list. I can get you the specific part of the bylaw, but
that would be helpful later to know for future meetings. Thank you.
Sure. So, does anybody else want to speak to the recess? I can move us to a different queue. Move us to a different queue if you wanted to speak to this recess motion. Yep. Okay.
I did want to speak to recess because we have 2 different ways of doing things before us here, and instead of making a decision that's just going to take longer time today, I'd like to maybe ask a point of information in my questions here through you, if it would be possible to send information, any questions we had, just short questions to staff during the lunchtime break that possibly could come back to us. I'm not talking about a lot of questions, just a few questions I have. We have 2 different timelines.
You're always welcome to send questions to staff. Whether or not they can get back to us in time, depending on the detail of the question, I'm not sure, but you're always welcome, and I'm sure they do their best to get back to us, but I can't guarantee it depending on the nature of the question. But of course, you're always welcome to send questions to staff.
Okay. Well, I see that I appreciate Councillor Boyle's concern about the timeline. I certainly was a bit concerned also. I think it's important we do this right, not quickly necessarily. Sometimes that takes longer in the end. I also appreciate the fact that Councillor Fry has put a lot of thought into this motion. We've spent some time. I've asked him some questions about it.
So we're just on the recess now.
Talking about supporting the recess, so
Great.
I was just
Okay.
getting to the reason why. I do support the recess because I think that it would be helpful for me to have some of my questions answered so I could decide which way forward for me that I'd be able to choose. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I'll be not supporting the recess. I think that this is the type of conversation we want to have around the table, and I'm nervous that the conversation will be had behind doors, and I think we're in the middle and it's on the floor, and I'd like to hear the conversation from the councillors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly.
I too will not be supporting the recess. I'd actually support extending into lunch so we can get this done before we break for lunch. That's not a motion. I'm just stating that would be
Okay, great, thanks. So no one else on the queue, then all in favor of recessing and coming back at 3 o'clock after the in-camera meeting, vote yes. All those not in favor? Okay, so that one's defeated, and so we're going to go back to the queue. Councillor Dominato, did you have anything else?
No, not right now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Boyle.
I'm just going to reiterate a concern about. I recognize that a number of the asks in this motion are asks about report backs. My concern is they constitute quite a significant amount of work, and I'd rather that we hear comment from staff on the work already underway, and then some of these asks for further exploration could come, as amendments following that if they're still of interest, but that we start with what we're already working on before we load what we've been told would be a significant amount of work on to the work that's already underway. So that's the ask in this referral. If there's still interest in what's in this motion and including amendments that have been circulated on this motion, I think they could still come back, but I'm hoping we can hear from the work that's underway before that happens.
Okay, thank you very much. So I don't see anybody on the queue, so I guess we call the vote. Which queues am I? I don't see anybody on my queues. I've got Councillor Boyle. Right. No, we just voted on the referral and it was turned down. Yeah. Recess, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, we're on the referral now. Yeah, I think that's what I just said. Yeah. Okay, so we're voting on the referral. Okay, and that has failed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Wiebe, Hardwick, Fry, and Carr in opposition. And now we're moving on to Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have submitted a number of amendments to the clerk, which council should be well familiar with because I circulated them at our last set of council meetings, and I'll ask the clerk to bring them up. And the spirit of these amendments is twofold. One, really to provide some clarity about what we're asking here, because Councillor Fry had used some terminology of tech-enabled hospitality, and what we're really talking about in layman's terms are hotel rooms, specifically purpose-dedicated hotel room stock. So I wanted to make that clear, and that speaks to some of the language changes. And the other one really was pursuant to the earlier conversation around recognition of the timing and the fact that time has progressed. And so I've changed the language, which will provide staff with some flexibility to upcoming reports on rental incentive program reviews, for example. And I do note that Councillor Fry, I think, has been thoughtful in tying the requested information back into those planned reviews so that council can have a fulsome consideration of the impact of this, along with other considerations that we need to look at to engender more badly needed purpose-built rental stock. So I can read them if necessary, Mayor Stewart, or council can just look at them.
So we could, well, what I've got right now is your clock's running, and you've sent your motion, your amendments, and we need them seconded in order to. Okay, so we're on amendment queue now. Councillor Fry is on the. No, we're good. Thanks, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, only to just reiterate my earlier support for Councillor Kirby-Young's amendments. These are thoughtful and really kind of got to where there was a point of conflation around this as a short-term rental as opposed to a hotel. It's really about hotel, and I thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for really pulling that out of the intent of the motion. It's not about peer-to-peer short-term rentals, it's about hotel operations and seeing how we can exercise those opportunities to build purpose-built rental housing. So thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung, for that thoughtful amendment.
Okay, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, changing the language to make it into hotels exacerbates my concern with the resolution, because it means that we'll be changing jobs for hotel workers that are a little bit secure now, needing to be more secure, into really insecure. So I'm not going to be voting for the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
I just thought I would be really transparent in saying I think all of these amendments are fine and improve the motion, but I feel very strongly that this motion is not a direction we should be sending our staff in doing, that we should be putting a lot of city effort into exploring right now. I have significant concerns about it, and so while I'm happy to support amendments that tweak it a bit, I haven't seen any amendments that would make me able to support the motion as a whole.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
Similarly, despite the fact that I think the motion is improved by Councillor Kirby-Young's amendments, fundamentally I have serious problems and with the underlying principles inherent in this whole area. And for that reason, I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, so that's it in terms of folks on the speakers list.
Mayor, if I may,
Sure.
Just to clarify how we're understanding the amendment and the implications of it, staff are planning to do a report back on the rental incentive program review at the end of July. I don't understand that this motion changes the timeline. As I've indicated, I don't believe we'll be in a position at that point to provide a substantive report back on this issue, so we would do that at a subsequent date. But just to ensure we're clear that you still are looking for that report back in July without this piece. Assuming that's the case, then we're comfortable with how this is framed from a timing perspective.
Yeah, it does seem to leave discretion to staff in terms of the date that this analysis would be delivered. Would be sometime upcoming, and there's a number of opportunities. So thanks for that clarification. Council's clear on that? Okay. So I don't see anybody else on the queue. Call the vote on this one. Okay, and so that is passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, so just going back to the main queue. I'm sorry, councillors, I've got you. I had the queue wrong, so if I could just ask the clerk to assist me here. Councillor Kirby-Young currently has the floor. Okay, and who I have on the main queue list is Councillor Swanson and Councillor Dejanova. Does that sound right? Councillor Bly, did you? Right, okay, so I didn't hit the button in time. So the queue should read Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Bly, Councillor Swanson. Did I miss you? No. Yes. Yep, Councillor Bly. Sorry, did your mic go on? No, there we go. Okay, sorry.
I'd like to propose a motion that we extend past noon in order to finish this item.
Okay, that's fine. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. So I'm going to move us over. Let's just wait 1 second. So we've got the main queue. Yeah, I just, Councillor Kirby-Young, she's finished. It should be Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Bly, and then Councillor Swanson. And I'm going to go over the amendment queue and clear it. And then if folks want to speak to this extension motion, I've got Councillor Dejanova on the list. If anybody else does,
I'm fine to do that as long as that's going to be our practice moving forward when we're in the middle of an item. I just think it's good procedure and process to continue on with the same process. Also, I would expect that if we're going to spend an extra half hour here, we would move everything back half an hour because and I'm sure other people have perhaps made plans during that time so that we had blocked off. So I just wanted to make sure that if we were going to be here until 12:30, that would mean we'd have an hour, and that would mean all of the time that was booked would continue on. So I just wanted to be transparent about what my expectations would be. Thank you.
okay, so right now the motion on the floor is to extend to finish this item past noon. But I have Councillor Bly on the queue.
Just to be clear, the motion was not to extend to 12:30. It was to extend to deal with this item. So if we are succinct, we should be able to do that much sooner. Thank you.
But your suggestion then is that if we don't finish at 12:30, we just keep going until we hit in camera at 1 o'clock.
My suggestion was simply to go past noon. I know we needed a motion to do that in order to extend past noon to deal with this item.
So the motion is to until this item is finished. Is
That's
that
right.
okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think you can amend a referral or a
Okay,
recess
that's
motion.
fine. We can have another motion later, point of information? Just to, when we come back? Great.
So you can amend the length of time.
Okay. So only the length of time that we
That's
stay,
right.
though.
So we have a minute to decide whether we're.
That's fine. I say we
So
vote on that.
The motion on the floor as it is that we would extend our time to finish this item rather than take the break for lunch. Okay? And so I don't see anybody else on the list. So I'm going to ask folks to vote on this, please. Councillor Kirby on. Okay, that's passed with me in opposition. Okay, so we're on the main queue with Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I do have an amendment that I circulated last time round, and actually I thought we were in a queue and we were all going to go back on that, but I must be incorrect about the process I've been told would be. So I'll just wait until that comes up for everyone. And it's to add the letter, the council directs staff to consider any impacts on housing affordability, including any changes to the City of Vancouver policy on development cost levy waivers, and that staff consider how resolutions from this motion may impact and or relate to the City of Vancouver's short-term rental policy and program. Furthermore, that staff carry out the work prescribed in this resolution alongside any work that is already underway to consider housing affordability and short-term rental, and report back to council with information as soon as possible.
Okay, so in order for this to proceed, we need a seconder. Councillor Dominato, so I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. And looking for people to speak to this. Councillor Fry, I've got you on the list here. Go ahead, Councillor Fry. That's okay, just need to be on the queue.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this amendment, but for the sort of conflation of the term short-term rental, so I've just supplied an amendment to this amendment that really just sort of articulates that it's peer-to-peer short-term rental, which I believe Councillor DeGenova is trying to address through this, and I just want to be clear that as I understand her amendment, it's talking about Airbnb-type programs, and I just want to make sure that we're articulating that's what we're talking about, just because there's been so much confusion around the term short-term rental versus hotel.
Okay, so I need a seconder for that in order to move it. Councillor Dominato, thank you. We're in an amendment queue. Councillor DeGenova.
Well, I didn't want to go here because it says any work that staff is already doing alongside, and I did send this amendment out to everyone at the last meeting. So if staff is already doing this work, then that would make Councillor Fry's entire motion redundant, because where he's actually changed it and peer-to-peer, that is already underway. So any work that's already underway to consider peer-to-peer rentals. So my understanding was that you were bringing this motion forward because we weren't already considering peer-to-peer rentals. So my concern is if you include this, then it will say that our staff are doing something that I don't believe that they are doing right now. It's my understanding. Although, point of information through you to the Deputy City Manager, our staff currently doing this work on peer-to-peer? I understood that Councillor Fry's motion would actually direct staff to do that work.
So, point of information. Are we already doing research on peer-to-peer?
We're not doing research on peer-to-peer short-term rental per se, although the city's short-term rental regime encompasses peer-to-peer as well as other people who may be renting their properties out on a short-term basis through means other than peer-to-peer network. So I don't see this as necessarily inconsistent with the work that we're doing. I think we understand the intent.
Okay, thanks very much. Is that okay?
I mean, I should ask you, Mr. Mayor, it says work that's already underway to consider housing affordability and peer-to-peer short-term rentals. So what I just heard is this work is not being done yet.
No, I didn't hear that. I think they...
That was the first part of what I heard.
all we're debating is the addition of peer-to-peer, right? That's what
But
we're on.
if it's already underway, why are we studying
Right.
it again?
But we are asked for a question back. Go ahead.
The work that the city is doing around the short-term rental program and the report back will include peer-to-peer short-term rentals as part of that and within the scope of that work.
Okay, thank you. Does that satisfy your point of information?
Yes, I suppose so. I thought that was the purpose of the motion. Makes me reconsider the motion if staff are already doing that work.
Is it, so we're just talking about...
Anyways, I'll get back to introducing my amendment, which I didn't have the opportunity to do.
No, we're actually debating on the peer-to-peer addition.
Oh, yes, that's right. So I won't be supporting it because it actually would maybe take away from what I believe the intent of Councillor Fry's motion was, which was this was new and groundbreaking and staff weren't working on it yet. So for that reason, I won't be supporting it because I understand it to be a new idea. I do understand that we're considering new models, but we haven't exactly considered peer-to-peer. And if I go through my emails and questions to staff, I believe that's what it says. I do appreciate the very diplomatic answer from the deputy city manager, but I also understand that this specific work is not being done yet. So I won't be voting for this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so the amendment queue, so we can move to a vote of adding peer-to-peer to this. Need votes from Councillor Dominato. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that has passed with Councillor Boyle, Hardwick, Swanson, Dejanova, and myself in opposition. Okay, so we are back to the amendment queue, and we have Councillor Carr in the queue next. Go ahead, Councillor Carr. I didn't, I'm just going by what I've got here.
Yes, actually, it really is a point of information through you to the city manager. My point of information is regarding the specifics of the amendment by Councillor DiGenova. And I am wondering, number one, if staff would not already, given the motion, be considering impacts on housing affordability. And that number two is in the second part of the motion, that they would not already be considering out of this motion how the resolutions might impact the short-term rental policy. And number three, in the third paragraph, how staff, or if staff would not already be carrying this work alongside the work that is underway.
Okay, so just to
how would this,
give the deputy city manager a chance to think about this a little bit, if I could just clarify, you're asking if this work is already being undertaken by the
motion.
By the motion.
By the motion. The motion.
So again, you're kind of asking me to rule if it's in order or not.
Well,
because
you know what? That's true. You could do that. But you might be helped by the answer. I'm not sure.
Okay. So
anyway, yeah.
So, Councillor Carr, so you have a point of information, and we're waiting for the answer from the deputy city manager. Okay, as long as it is. I have you on there. Sorry. There we go.
I understand the deputy city manager is here for this meeting and not the city manager, but I sent this to the city manager and clearly he said it was okay. So I would assume that if he said it was okay, and I have that information that, I mean, if we do ever break for
People are allowed to ask if it's in order or not, though. That's
I understand, but I just was wondering if in parliamentary procedure, if staff have already told me it's okay, but that staff unfortunately is not here. I'm just wondering if that, I mean...
people can ask if it's in
I just don't
in
want to
order
bring us
anytime.
back to reconsideration again and all of that.
But the parliamentary procedure is that anybody can ask at any time whether something's in order.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Or the city manager. Yep, we're going to finish this one first, and we'll come right back to you.
So, Mr. Mayor, staff had seen this amendment. Staff don't have any concern with the amendment. I think there's a question about what additional detail it's providing or additional direction to staff. It certainly expands on the original motion and in some respects may provide some additional clarity around issues that council is concerned about.
Okay.
I'd say it's fair to say that housing affordability would be something that we would be including in our analysis regardless. But we don't see it as either substantively increasing the scope of the work or departing from what we had understood the original direction was as articulated in the original motion.
Okay, is that... Councillor Carr, is that you satisfied with?
Yes, so if I can continue.
No, I actually have a point of information over here with Councillor Dominato, and I'll come right back to you.
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Mayor. I was just seeking some clarity because as Councillor Carr was speaking and seeking, and you said she could call for a ruling, the language she used was on the motion, and so I just wanted clarity that she was seeking a ruling on the proposed amendment, not
That's
the
right.
entire motion that's before Council today.
I was just inquiring as if she wanted a ruling because I was unclear. Councillor Carr wanted a ruling because I was unclear
But on the proposed amendment.
on the proposed amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So on to Councillor Carr. I'm going to restart your timer. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the response of our Deputy City Manager, although he didn't provide the clarity you needed to rule this out of order. I did listen carefully to his language, noting he said it is not substantively increasing the scope of work. I do think that I'm not going to support this amendment because I think it doesn't really substantively increase or change directions from what is already in the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato, you're next on the queue to speak to this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm supportive the amendment from Councillor Fry. I'm supportive of the proposed amendment from Councillor DiGenova. I think as we've heard from our Deputy City Manager today that they don't have any concerns with this, and so I'm supportive of it.
Okay, thank you very much. And so we have no, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. I'd like to close on this. I feel that it is important because it's not clearly stated and it does not say this in the motion. I think that it specifically is important, although staff I'm very confident that staff always have housing affordability on their minds. I also think that it's important that alongside that we actually pass a resolution to have something alongside that we're considering. And I mean, if we want to get into that, that's fine. I can, would consider, well, would staff already be doing this and this and this? And we can be here for hours extra. But I really do think this is important. This is something I've heard from people, and I'm trying to find a way to support looking into a new model. I'm also hearing Councillor Swanson's concerns. And I'm hearing the hotel industry's concerns. I'm hearing concerns that this new model, is it a hybrid or is it actually peer-to-peer but allowing development to own 20, 30 units when we won't allow that of short-term rental, when we won't allow the owner of a primary residence to have a secondary suite of rental themselves. So that's my motivation and the reason I put this forward, because I want to make sure that's top of mind, because that's what I'm hearing when I go out there. So for those reasons, and to give me comfort to vote for the entire motion overall, which I could do if this was included, I would hope that council would support this. It just gives me that added comfort.
Okay,
Thank you.
very much. I don't see anybody else on the amendment queue, so we'll call a vote on this amendment. Amendment to the amendment, thanks. No, just the amendment. The amendment to the amended amendment. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Hardwick, Swanson, and Carr in opposition. Okay, so we're back to the main queue. Councillor Dejanova, do you have anything else?
I will say, we're talking about the entire motion now with, with the added amendments.
That's right.
So we're not talking about the amendments submitted any longer.
Nope, we're
Which
right
is
on.
still up on the screen. That's why I mentioned that.
Okay, yep.
Mr. Mayor, just for those watching at home, thank you. So in speaking to the entire motion, because that amendment was added, I can support the motion. I understand this is just work back from staff to explore this. And I can say that, you know, when a group came to see me at the very beginning of the term and talked to me specifically about this model, I said that I couldn't see a way that that was going to work for the developer, the development community, to be able to own 20 units. We can call it what we want, a hotel and a residence. We can call it a lot of things. But really what it seems like, and what I'm hearing from the public, is this is 20 units or a boutique type of short-term rental model within, you know, rental housing. We can say that this only applies to new units. So really it's not taking away from any of Vancouver's housing. That being said, we've made a commitment as a council to build a certain amount of housing, affordable housing, market rental housing, housing for people of different incomes, housing for people who have $375 a month or less than. So I want to keep my eye on that prize as well, but also understand that there is an economy for short-term rental, understand that there may be an economy for this. I don't think that it necessarily has to be tied to a DCL waiver. So I really appreciate that amendment being supported. And in speaking to the whole motion, I suppose my biggest concern is the optics of giving developers 20 suites of short-term rental when the average homeowner in the city of Vancouver, who most of them have mortgages on their homes, can't rent out their secondary suite. So we won't let somebody, and I'm not saying that they're the most hard to do people, but I'm saying that we'll let a developer rent 20 units, but we won't let a single family homeowner, unless they rent to an adult child for $1 a year under the residential tenancy agreement, as I brought up last term, which is perfectly legal, and that individual can then come to City Hall and apply for a short-term rental license. So we can either support loopholes or we can support policy. I would like to make sure that we get a wholesome report back, and I appreciate Councillor Fry taking the initiative to bring this forward. Like it or not, no different than land value capture. I may not have been supportive overall because I've seen the economics behind it, but I was happy for it to go to staff because I think that it's very, very important that that comes back to us and the council has a chance to decide after we're provided with the research that we need, and there's no one better to do that than our staff. So for that reason, I will be supporting the motion as long as the amendment is a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be speaking in support of this motion. I do appreciate that it is a considerable amount of work, and I trust that staff will be folding this into the existing work that they're already doing, as been indicated by our Deputy City Manager. I think it's innovative. I think it's thinking outside of the box. We just had a report from the VEC, and we see that tourism is a major driver in our local economy, and we need more diverse accommodations and hotel rooms. And it's interesting what's happening here with the sort of technology behind Asondra as an example. I do appreciate that the motion is not prescriptive. It's simply highlighting a direction that we could go, and we'd like to hear back from staff on what that looks like. And then finally, I do respect Councillor Swanson's advocacy and really making sure that we understand that there could be some impact in terms of our hotel staff, and so to consider that as well as we are deliberating on whether or not this could be something that could be helpful and work for solving the larger issue. So for those reasons, I do support this motion and thank Councillor Fry for bringing it forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson.
I have an amendment.
Okay.
So this amendment is to actually deal with one of the real problems, which is that the hotels are closing. And so it's just to ask staff to work with the stakeholders to suggest things the city can do to keep the hotels from closing or converting.
Councillor Swanson, I'm wondering if this is outside the scope of the actual motion, and so I'm going to just take a few seconds to confer and just come back with you. And then if it is in order, then I'll ask for a seconder. But I'll be.
We did submit it to staff.
Okay.
It didn't say that.
Thanks very much, and I will check and come right back to you. Okay, so I've conferred with staff, and so I would say this is just on the borderline of being in order, but I will allow it and call for seconder then to this. Okay, so that is seconded by Councillor Fry, and we move to an amendment queue now for discussion. So, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if I can ask a point of information through staff.
Sure.
Including Unite Here, what other stakeholders would staff be consulting with, or would they consider this to mean?
Perhaps staff can give us a short list of other folks you may want to include.
Sure, we would have to, Mr. Mayor, we'd have to do some work on that, but Tourism Vancouver, for example, and the destination hotels would be one example of additional stakeholders that we would engage in that conversation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Does that satisfy your...
I'm also wondering if specifically the nonprofit sector would be considered in this?
The nonprofit
That
sector.
provides rental housing. Or housing that otherwise could be considered in this motion overall.
Well, I think the motion as it is, the staff work with stakeholders. They have leeway to talk. We've had an example, so I think that's probably as far as we're going to get on this point of information.
Okay, all right.
So anything, I'll start your clock again.
You can, and I have just sent an amendment in to the amendment.
Okay.
So I hope I got it all in there, but just in hearing staff's information after including Unite Here, it would include, and it should say the development industry, if it just says development industry. I wanted to add.
Including Unite Here and the development industry.
Yes. I think with DCL waivers and all of the conversation about that, I think that it's important that we include them. I mean, they are the builders of the housing in the city of Vancouver.
Okay, so we need a seconder for this amendment? To the amendment? Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Dominato has seconded it. So would anybody like to speak to this? Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. I think that it's important to have this discussion because although the development industry also builds hotels in the city of Vancouver, the development industry is involved in building everything from making sure we have adequate shelter rate housing to making sure that we have hotels. Somehow the construction workers, developers, nonprofits, and that's why I asked about nonprofits and would they be included technically, because there are social enterprises as well, I'd like to point out. And I know that there are unique hotel situations also in the downtown east side that offer Indigenous experiences as well. So I think that it's important that we also talk about industry here, the people that are building that are building our hotels. And I support Councillor Swanson's amendment, but to offer me some comfort on this one, then I'd be able to vote for it if we also consulted the industry that's building hotels. So development industry. So that's what I've added to this. I'm sure we could add a lot more, but to me, that was very important to be included, and hopefully it will be supported.
Thanks. I don't see anybody else on the list, so we can vote on this amendment to the amendments, which is adding "and the development industry." Councillor Bly's not here, so that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a tie. So that has failed. Okay. So now we're back to. Oh, sorry. In opposition was. Whoops, that's been erased now. Okay. Maybe you can read that list out. Would that be okay? Can you just read the list out because I don't have it here anymore?
In opposition was Councillor Boyle, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Carr, and Mayor Stewart.
Okay, thanks very much. And now we're back to the queue. Councillor Dejanova, anything else?
So I won't be supporting this amendment, Mr. Mayor. I think that just including, we're talking about stakeholders, but also, as Councillor Carr has pointed out in my motions before, this has a negative condensation. It says to keep hotels from closing and to suggest things we can do to keep hotels from closing. I also understand that it's really about building new hotel space in the city of Vancouver. So I think keep hotel instead of offering new opportunities, and I don't have the energy considering I missed the opportunity already to see my kid at lunch hour, and I won't see her for 2 days now. I'm not going to make an amendment to this again to try and make it better. I already tried to do that. So for that reason, I'm just voting against this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate Councillor Fry bringing the overall motion to the floor. I think it's an important discussion, and I know I can make some closing comments, but with respect to the proposed amendment, recognizing I'm not in the chair role, but I do, and I know you already indicated this was quite borderline in terms of an amendment to this motion. I do see it as being out of scope and beyond the intent of the motion before us, and I think it would be better suited if it's an important issue to be discussing to be part of a separate motion and before council. So with that in mind, I simply just think it's beyond the scope of Councillor Fry's motion. I won't be supporting it.
Okay, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I do appreciate that this is somewhat beyond the scope, but I also recognize Councillor Swanson's concerns, and I've heard loud and clear the concerns of Unite Here. I do think we're entering a new model. I've been looking, as we've been talking, but looking at bookings.com and what hotels cost and what kind of options are out there. And I think it's important to recognize that in the interest of providing hotel rooms, we do have to look at different models. People aren't necessarily going for hotels with swimming pools and front of house services, so they are looking for new models, and I think that's at the core of the motion. Now, I've supplied the clerks with an amendment in the spirit of Councillor Swanson's motion, because I think that she does raise, some considerate points, and so I just wanted to ensure that the tech-enabled hotels, as described, are supportive of fair, stable, and good paying employment. We did hear from Unite Here that this can be kind of a race to the bottom, that this can be kind of a gig economy kind of thing with unstable work and on-call work, and I don't think that's the intention of, well, that's certainly not the intention of my motion in its spirit. So I do want to make sure that we're not really jeopardizing good jobs for folks who live here and work here. So there you go. That's my amendment to Councillor Swanson's amendment.
So thanks for that, Councillor Fry. I don't understand how this works. For that tech-enabled hotels as described, it looks like we're prescribing what the tech-enabled hotels are supposed to have as values. I don't know how that works as an amendment.
If I may, Mayor.
Okay.
The intention was to address the notion that staff are looking at this, and this is not overly prescriptive, but asking staff to look at this possibility as a tool to incentivize the building of purpose-built rental. And if we're going to be incentivizing the building of purpose-built rental using this sort of tech hotel model, I think a consideration for employment standards should be part of that.
Okay, but I don't think that's captured in my sense. I just don't see how it doesn't make, it's not working for me in terms of achieving perhaps your intention. Tech-enabled hotels, as described, to me it seems that we're affirming something that the industry would have as their values, and I don't see how we can possibly do that. Since it isn't a whereas, it is a therefore. So we're directing staff to do this, and I don't see how that's possible. So I am actually going to rule this one out of order because I don't see how that accomplishes. I understand your intention, but I don't think that accomplishes that. Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else on information, Councillor DeGenova?
Mr. Mayor, I understood this motion actually to be looking at DCL waivers and to be looking at tech-enabled hotels.
Point of information, though.
It is a point of information because I just heard Councillor Fry say what I was told it not to be, which is we're going to enable tech hotels
The question
and
is?
purpose-built rental,
Quite.
but it's going to be tied to DCL waivers. Is that how we now read this? Has it changed to that? I need to know.
That's up for you to decide and for council
Okay.
to decide.
Good to know.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, did I hear something? You can put your mic on. You're good? Anybody else have a point of something as we drift to half an hour in now? Not. So, nope. Okay. So we have Councillor Kirby-Young next in the queue.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the amendment or any amendments or variations to the amendment. I don't think it's germane to the original motion. I think we're straying. What this motion is a policy analysis and exploration of a way to achieve two goals, which is to increase our purpose-built rental stock and increase hotel rooms. If and when we decide that we might look at adopting a policy, then I think we can look at other elements. But I think we've gone down the rabbit hole, and I'm stoically waiting for the debate on the actual main motion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Bly. Okay, let's hold over. Great, thanks. So we're on the vote on the amendment. And we can just have it up there. Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young. And that has passed with Councillor Young, Bly, Dominato, Hardwick, and DeGenova in opposition. Okay, so we're back to the main queue. Sorry, question queue. So, Councillor Swanson, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young. So we're on the, just so you know, we're on the main motion as amended a few times.
Okay, so I'm going to try to focus this back on the actual content of this motion, and I want to be really clear what this motion is about and what it is not about. There's been a lot of discussion, both in the council chambers and in the public, around conflating this with short-term rental. This is about two things. It is about looking for innovative and creative ways to create additional and much-needed hotel room inventory. It is also about looking at innovative and creative ways to drive much-needed purpose-built rental stock when we have a less than 1% vacancy rate in the city, and we are desperate in order to have that supply. If I look at the tourism numbers, sorry, I'm hearing chatter in the chamber. It's distracting. If I look at the, Councillor DeGenova, do you have a point?
Please continue on.
Through the mayor, I'm just wondering if we can have. If I can.
Oh, well, there's often chatter. Just keep going.
I'm just finding it distracting trying to.
Sure.
Thank you. When we look at the stats that have been provided by Industry and Tourism Vancouver, we are at risk in the next 12 years of losing $2 billion in direct visitor spending because of our hotel room crisis. We've lost 1,200, approaching 1,600 rooms now. That is significant. Our supply of hotel rooms has been diminishing for the last 15 years. And I don't think that we can take that for granted. If we continue doing what we are doing now, whether it's for purpose-built rental or if it's for hotel rooms, we're going to end up in a very challenging situation economically. We heard from Vancouver Economic Commission this morning about some of the challenges we have around industrial space. We have equally a crisis situation has been identified by industry as it relates to hotel. It's really important not to conflate the two of these. These are not peer-to-peer short-term rentals. I just want to be clear on that. I think that all of council are concerned about ensuring that we protect dedicated housing stock and that we make sure that we have good short-term rental policies. That's an important and a separate conversation. But what I really want to focus on here today is the fact that we have an opportunity to look at innovative ways to build on what we're already doing, and we know we have an issue here. If we don't do something and we keep doing what we're already doing, we're going to exacerbate this crisis. So I do wholeheartedly support this. I would say also that we have to acknowledge that models and delivery of services changes. The demand for full-service hotels is changing significantly. I can speak to this with some authority. I've worked in this industry. I know this industry. And people are looking for different types of accommodations that are more affordable or with families. When you look at very similar to the housing stock in Vancouver, which is now becoming only for higher-end people and it's not for middle incomes, it's been the same with hotel rooms. We're only retaining or keeping high-end hotel rooms, and we're losing, again, all of that middle stock, which means a lot of people are being priced out of the opportunity to visit the city, or some of those businesses that are coming in that are looking at Vancouver as an opportunity to incubate or to locate are also not being able to find the supply or afford the supply to be here. We're turning away conferences and conventions. We are losing sport, tourism, and some of the lower-rated business that can't afford to pay those higher room rates. But they bring so much in economic impact and vitality to our city. So for that reason, and I'll leave it there, but I will say models change. I would think about the movie stores. When you used to have a movie store versus now we have Netflix. We have to evolve with times. We need to look at what the consumer is looking for. And we need to be creative with our land base and our constrained supply so that we can provide for a number of different uses. So for all of those reasons, and I could go on, but I won't, because I know people probably need to wrap this one up. I do support this, and I think that council needs to be innovative, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the information is that comes back from staff, which is all this motion is asking us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I have myself in the queue. Just two things. Right now, there's some good research out of McGill by David Watchsmith. You might have seen in the paper that shows that we have the most effective regime in terms of returning units to the long-term rental market. And I am really concerned that we would do anything to mess with that. So I really think I don't know how this is going to help us, this type of unit, in terms of the most pressing issue, which is to make sure people can rent here with the super low vacancy rates. And so I'm concerned about that. However, on the other side, I like data and I like analysis, so I think that rushing in and changing regulations without study is a bad idea. But referring this to staff to take a look is fine in my view. So as long as it stays here, that staff can come back with a report and we're not changing stuff, I think more information is always better. But I'm happy to send along the information to council that shows that as soon as the short-term rental regulations were brought into place, we had a significant drop in or increase in long-term market units. And that's really, really important, probably the key issue here in the city. So again, more information back is okay with me, but moving ahead on this without real evidence that it would provide relief to either renters or the hotel industry, so I couldn't support it, but more information is okay with me. So I'll be voting for this. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Since we were getting wordy, I did have another slight amendment that I've sent into the clerk quite some time ago, but I had to wait my turn on the queue. It goes where good paying was.
Okay.
The letter that Councillor Fry added. Oh, that was ruled out of, I thought that that's what passed. So it was Councillor Swanson's motion that passed.
That's right.
Okay. Well, then I'll just leave that. Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to comment briefly on the motion, just to wrap up. And I do want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this forward. And I feel like a number of councillors have already commented on this and articulated a lot of my thoughts. But one of the things I really appreciate about the dialogue here in council is the bringing forward of new ideas. And I think maybe Councillor Bly that talked about sort of the importance of innovation and being creative. And I do value that. And what I see in this motion is here's something that's out there. Let's take a look. And I think Councillor Kirby-Yung already spoke to this in terms of the tourism sector because of her background. But we just had the DVBIA release their State of Downtown report last week. And in there, they talk about, in detail, about the increased demand for hotel rooms as our tourism continues to grow. And so I think that, as Councillor Kirby-Yung spoke to, is that part of this motion is dealing with that, is looking at that inventory and supporting that inventory. The other part around incenting a purpose-built rental. At the end of the day, it's exploratory. There's been some amendments made and supported here today. And so what I will be looking forward to is staff coming back with their professional expertise to give us some insight into, is this something that would make sense? Would it work? What are the, what would work, what wouldn't, what are the implications? And so with that in mind, I'm supportive of the overall motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I keep having in my head that image of the cab driver in New York who set himself on fire at City Hall because Uber was undercutting his wages. And I am still afraid that this is the Uberification of the hotel industry. We know that hotel workers are at a critical time. The Four Seasons is closing. Hotels are cutting back on their hours. The workers are barely getting enough to survive. And now for us to actually be encouraging something that will contribute to this, I can't do it. And I'm also, so many hotel workers are racialized immigrants. Most of them are women. And their union has been fighting really hard to make this traditionally low-income, precarious work less low-income and less precarious. And I don't think that we can be working on ways to make jobs more precarious and still be an inclusive city. And I'm also very uncomfortable with the idea of relying on the market to build the housing that we need. The market has basically said they're not going to build housing for people that earn under about $70,000 a year. And I think we have to take them at their word and start really pushing to get money from other levels of government or other sources of income for the city so that we can build non-market housing without having to build other things that we don't necessarily need in order to get it. So I'm not going to be voting for the motion.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your comments earlier. And again, thank you to Councillor Kirby-Yung for those thoughtful amendments. I know it's a very complicated kind of concept to wrap our brains around. It's a very new idea. But at the end of the day, this is recognizing Councillor Swanson's conundrum with the fact that we are reliant, unfortunately, on the market to build the housing that we need. And we don't have senior governments coming to the table with enough housing to build the housing that we need. So if we can find ways to build that housing that we need and address some of our tourism shortfalls. I have, as I mentioned earlier, been looking at the listings. All of our hotel listings, only 30% of our proper hotels are actually unionized at Unite here. There is already this tone of hotels at this end of the market, and we don't have the mid-range accommodation options for tourists. And that's why we see this growth in the short-term rental Airbnb type market, the peer-to-peer stuff. So there is a need here for modest-priced hotel accommodations. I think the traditional hotel model will always have those traditional hotel models where people will go with their big conventions and have the big gala events, and that requires that kind of level of staffing that you'll see in a big hotel. But there are people who are going to want to stay with a bare bones kind of option, and I think this would address that. And at the end of the day, the intent here is to look at new tools to incentivize the building of purpose-built rentals. So that's what this is about.
Thanks very much. And I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we'll move to the vote. Just looking for Councillor Dominato and Kirby Young. Entire motion. As amended. Okay, so that's passed with Councillor Swanson, Hardwick, and Boyle in opposition. Okay, Council, so we have concluded that business. We have 15 minutes now to take a break and eat your lunch, and then we're in camera at 1 o'clock until 3, and then back here at 3 o'clock. Okay, so Councillor Dejanova, you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move to extend to that break, as I had suggested I would do earlier, to an hour. And I think that considering some of us had commitments and may need time to follow up on phone calls, correspondence we've received and such, that we meet in camera and that we move everything back basically an hour.
So you're suggesting that we break now from 12:45 to 1:45, move in camera from 1:45 to 3:45, and
Yes.
then come back here at 3:45.
Unless we want to move in camera to tomorrow. I know, but we've spent the time here. We could have in camera tomorrow instead. I'm going to tell you something, Mike. That's not happening.
And so
That's
can you
what
articulate?
I'm moving. I think it's good practice.
So could you just restate what your timing is then?
So it would be breaking until 1:45 for lunch. Then we go in camera from 1:45 to, let's say, till 3. And if we don't finish the business of in camera, we could go back tomorrow.
Okay, so that's the motion on the floor?
Yes.
The seconder? Okay, Councillor Dominato, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. Okay, so we'll see you in camera at 1:45, and then back here in council chambers at 3 o'clock. So we're going to call the meeting back to order. And we've, let's see. Right, so we're looking at an administrative report that was held, which is a designation of Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency as agent of the city to develop city land assets at 2031 and 2037 Stainsbury Avenue. So due to time constraints, the reconvened Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting, Council referred the above noted item to the regular Council meeting on June 25th. And Councillor Swanson, you had held this item. So you want to put yourself on the list? I'll pull you up, and staff are here to answer questions. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I put an amendment through.
Okay. Right. So we were going to have discussion first, and then if you didn't have anything to say, then we would move the motion, and then you could move an amendment.
Okay.
So do you have any questions for staff before you move an amendment?
No.
Okay. I don't see anybody else on the list, so would you like to move the motion?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Anybody second it? Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Nope.
Or sorry, the motion is moved with
We have a motion on the floor, so if folks want to speak to this, so Councillor Carr is first.
What kind of information? Can we see this?
It's... Yep. So the motion, as presented by staff, has been moved and is on the floor now for discussion. It's already been seconded. Thanks. So, Councillor Swanson, I'm going to stop your timer and start it again. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so I support the recommendation and the building the housing there. That's great. Designating Baja that's great. I've been working with the people that are running the community garden. That's right there and will have to be replaced. It's right under the SkyTrain station. It's a gorgeous garden. Has the most giant rhubarb I've ever seen in my life. But all this does is say, you know, staff, all my amendments does, if we can get it up there, is basically have the staff work with the park board and the community garden folks to try and find a new site. And I think they're already working on one in the northeast, in a corner of Trout Lake, but just to make sure they get a new site.
Okay, thank you. So we'll need a seconder for this. Thank you. Councillor Carr has seconded, so I will put us on an amendment queue. No, the motion was moved as is, and this has been added as an amendment. Just sure, Councillor Dejanova.
Can we have a minute to read this, please?
Yeah,
This is quite fairly substantial.
I'm going to let you go ahead and read it, and I'm going to allow Councillor Bly to go ahead with your whatever you'd like to say.
Yeah, I just want to speak in support of this amendment. We can see in this particular area of Cedar Cottage that there is a number of new developments that are coming through the moderate income rental housing pilot program that we've seen before council and will see. And I think it's really important that we use part of the land that we have at Trout Lake or John Hendry Park to be able to accommodate for people to be able to get outside of their homes, their small living spaces, and be in the garden. And I think I live in that area. I love that garden. And I'm appreciative of Councillor Swanson ensuring that we find a new space to continue on. So I'll be supporting.
Thank you very much. On to Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to support this amendment, and just wanted to take note. Thank you, Councillor Swanson, for bringing it forward again. When this first came to council in 2018, I was on council, and I questioned the many speakers who came to public hearing at that time around their concerns around the garden. I visited that garden many times. At the time, my son and his wife lived nearby, had 2 plots in the garden. And so I many times I've gone in, and not only do they have great rhubarb, let me tell you, they have the most phenomenal thornless blackberries I have ever seen. And they are a gem for anybody who loves blackberries but hates thorns. So it to me was very important, and the result of that questioning was an amendment to ask the park board to potentially look at a location in the nearby John Hendry Park. So I imagine that work is still ongoing. I did get a report recently that it is still ongoing. But I appreciate the language in here which says it's not just about the park board, but it is about city staff working with VAHA to identify a new site, because it may not be in the park. We don't know yet, but I really think relocating that garden in that local area is incredibly important. So thank you for that amendment, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a point of information, as this is a staff report through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, as to whether or not there's the opportunity to identify. It says to identify, not to consider or to try, that we're going to identify this. So I just want to make sure, in the spirit of being upfront with the gardeners that may be losing their space, that, and I appreciate Councillor Carr's suggestion of John Hendry Park nearby, but that's not our jurisdiction. That's up to the park board. And as someone who's fought for the independence of the park board, I leave that to them. Is this going to be problematic? Do we know of a space that's city-owned that we could use as a backup if a developer wasn't willing to provide that community garden space?
Okay, thanks. Let's go through the Deputy City Manager first, and if you want to defer over to your staff.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Yeah,
sure. Okay.
VAHA.
Do you want to?
Brian, Acting Director of VAHA. We haven't identified a site for them. I think that's an ongoing evaluation that is in progress right now. So we've started to look at different sites in parks and others, and it's finding the right suitable site alongside a partner, CCCG. So it hasn't been decided yet.
I appreciate that, and I understand that. But is the word identified, is staff comfortable with that? Are we going to be able to? Are you confident? Is it fair to ask that the word identify instead of try to identify? I'm trying to be as genuine as possible to people who are losing something that's very precious to them, perhaps, in garden space. I'm wanting to make sure that the language is, right now as it stands, I see it as we're telling you that you must identify something. So is that fair? Are you going to be able to do that? Or are you going to
just go over here to the
try?
Sure.
Deputy
So
City Manager.
I'll address that if I may, Mr. Mayor. I think that we read the motion as directing staff, VAHA and City, to continue to work with Cedar Cottage. So it's a process.
Okay.
In the event that we're unable to reach any kind of conclusions, we would come back to council and report on that.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate that. And I'll be supporting this because of that. Because I'm on the queue. I will say that I do support this. I just wanted to be upfront with community gardeners, seeing that what we've seen on the Beatus Greenway and other areas of the city, that people are devastated to lose their community gardens, and we may not have a place for them right now. We may not have a place for them, and they may have to apply for other garden plots or to other community gardens that are already full or farther away from their residence or where they work. So for those reasons, I just wanted to make sure that I was doing my due diligence and asking those questions, but happy to support Councillor Swanson's amendment, and very happy to see us trying to make sure that people, more and more, and I used to say as a former park board commissioner, use their parks and their community centers as their living rooms, truly, because space is smaller in the city of Vancouver now. So that also applies to gardens for people as well, and really appreciate the thought and careful consideration that went into this amendment, and will be supporting it.
Thanks very much. And that's it for the speakers list. Oh, Councillor Hardwick. On the larger motion. Okay. So I will move back over to the other queue now, clear this queue. So Councillor Swanson, was there anything else from you? Okay, thanks. Actually, so we're good. So we're going to a vote on this one, I understand. Yeah, on the amendment. Right, so everybody's good. We're going to vote on the amendment. Okay, so that has passed with no one in opposition. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Carr, you're next.
Oh, I'll just take myself off the list.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova? Yep, but we're talking to the main, the report as amended by Councillor Swanson.
Oh, no, that's a holdover on the
Okay,
queue.
thanks. Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, I just, we are now on the main motion,
We are,
correct?
as amended, yeah.
I just wanted to state for the record that I am not going to support this motion. I want to explain why. And that is that specifically under B, it states that this will authorize the transfer of the properties from the property endowment fund to the capital fund. And I have very serious reservations about how the property endowment fund is being utilized, given my knowledge of its history, its origins and its history up until the last decade. And for that reason, not because of the merits of the housing agency needs, but rather my concerns about the property endowment fund specifically, that I will be voting against this motion.
Okay, thank you very much. On to Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was in the room and then I popped out. Have I missed the opportunity to ask staff questions, or where are we on that?
Yeah, that's all. That's we've done that. The only way you can do that is through a point of information. If you'd like to do that.
No, I don't think it fits that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. So we are out of speakers. So we'll move to the vote on this amended report from staff. Councillor Wiebe? Just need you to vote. Yep. Great. So that's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thanks very much. Okay, so let's see. Now we're on to reports held for debate, and the report that was held was about the Granville Bridge, contract award for construction services for the Granville Bridge rehabilitation. I understand that there may be some questions as to whether or not some of this should be heard in camera. So if you have a question you wanted to ask staff and are unsure of whether or not it should be asked, please ask me ahead of time and I'll clarify for you as to whether or not it should go in camera. Unless the Deputy City Manager has anything else to add on this? No, we're good. Okay, so this is held by Councillor Kirby-Young, but we have Councillor Dejanova on the queue, so please go ahead.
I was just wondering and understanding that this is a contract award that council would be deciding on, and a very significant one with a significant dollar amount attached. I'm wondering if those in camera, or if the opportunity, if there are questions that would go in camera, would they need to be asked in an in-camera session that would happen sometime this week? Is this time sensitive? Legally, sometimes it is when we have an RFP process, something on the agenda. So through you to the Deputy City Manager, Mr. Mayor, if I may ask that question.
So my clarification would be staff wouldn't have put this forward if the contents of the report were not okay to be in public. However, I think how we'd handle this would be that if there were in-camera questions, that we would have a separate, we put that as a separate item on another in-camera meeting.
I understand. So I just wanted to check to see how, if I was told that it was very time sensitive, that it needed to be dealt with in today, that may change my mind as to the questions I wanted to ask.
Right.
So I just wanted,
however, if we made the decision today, it would be more for information in camera rather than to inform your decision today. So what we'd have to do is this would have to be deferred until you had your we had our in-camera discussions, if they're allowed to be in camera. So I think I probably got that right. And so have you sent your questions into
my
staff?
questions, and no, I'm just considering asking questions. I'm also just wondering any matters that would touch on real estate or anything
Sure,
such
anything
as that
that's
would be
regular
in camera.
That's right.
Correct?
And
Thank you.
If there are concerns, people have concerns, they should.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
So I had indicated to staff my intent to ask specific questions, but I haven't written them in, so I'll just go ahead and ask them. and then follow your lead?
Sure. Again, if the nature is something that would normally be in camera, you may not get a response. But I think, go ahead.
Okay. So to whom am I asking these? Which specific staff person?
Deputy City Manager, do you have a staffer? Maybe you could introduce yourself and...
Dane Dolman, Structures Engineer.
Okay.
We have more staff coming, but I can answer some questions.
All right, great. Just want to know if I was looking that way. So the first question that I have is really recognizing that there's several different things going on with the Granville Street Bridge. There's the public, there's the discussion around the connector piece, which I know is separate from this award. There's been previous seismic upgrading work happening on the bridge, and then I recognize that this contract award, as I understand it, is to complete the last third of that seismic work plus other needed repairs. I'm trying to get a sense as a new councillor of where this relates to overall plans for the bridge, and I'm wondering if staff can provide an update and speak to how this connects into the overall structural plans for the bridge, including the north loops at the north end of the Granville Bridge.
Thanks for coming. We've just had a slight discussion about whether things would be in camera or not in camera. So if you do feel there's an answer that should be provided in camera, could you let us know and we'll make sure that.
Yes, yeah, I think we're okay for
Okay,
most
great.
of the discussion.
I'll leave you your discretion.
We've got a diagram of the bridge on the screen. Maybe is it possible just to put it up? So the question was, one of the questions was, does it relate to the loops? So the area that is included in this contract is the green area, the ramps for Howe and Seymour, the red area, the central span, and the blue area. It does not include the loops, which are the you can see there, the curved area at the end of the green section. This work completes the seismic upgrading for the red section, and there's more seismic upgrading that would be needed in the green and the blue. That's future work. It's also dealing with spalling concrete that's falling off. And I should point out that we didn't have the specific number at the time. This contract is 50% cost shared with TransLink. And so we have a bid that came in substantially below our engineering estimate, $2.5 million below our engineering estimate. It's cost shared by TransLink. TransLink started a new program for structures regionally, and because we had a number of projects such as this that were ready to go, we've actually subscribed or received 58% of that program money, so we're more than double our share because we had a whole series of projects ready to go, this being one of them.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Dobromny. So can you be clear, can you tell us, so what are the plans for the North Loops and what has been determined or what decisions taken by council today?
So we've done an area plan that includes a more traditional grid system for the roadway, or an H, so taking out the circles and putting in a more traditional H section. We're working with the new, that frees up a lot of land, a lot of city land that's available to be sold. And then as those development plans are finalized, we would schedule the construction to fit with the development and so.
Has council taken a vote on that yet?
Just 1 second, please. I have a point of order. Councillor Deschanova.
I'm sorry, we were just talking about freeing up city land that needed to be sold or that could be sold. So I'm like a ruling from you, Mr. Mayor, but it's just kind of, I flinched a little bit because that seems to me to be, and I appreciate Mr. Dobromny's answers, but some of these questions, I think just being on council last term, understanding that
Sure.
there's information that this council may not have yet.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Through you, would that be an in-camera item to talk about the sale of land?
I'll just remind Mr. Dobromny again, just if there are things, I know you're very familiar with this process, so if there are things that you think are better discussed in camera because of the reasons under the charter, I would advise us that, and so we can do that.
Yeah, I'll just leave it that there's a different structure plan for that area.
So I'm going to ask my question very clearly because we get asked this about the public a lot, and there's a lot of conversation. And every time you say bridge, there's a lot of pieces to this bridge, which is what public votes has council taken, a previous council, if any, on as it relates to actions for the North Loops?
For the loops, I would have to check. I don't know that offhand. I would have to check.
Would perhaps through the mayor, I wonder if the deputy city manager might be aware of that?
Mr. Mayor, the question is public votes that the council has taken
Related
with respect
to
the
actions
north
or
end of that
plans for
bridge.
the
Yeah,
north
we'd
end?
have to go back and look at that.
But just to be clear that this project does not, there's a dividing line. It does not intersect with the loops. It stops short of that.
Okay. And so regardless of what may or may not have been
Regardless.
decided, voted on to be decided with the loops, this work does not preclude any uses or retaining the bridge as it is, or any future changes for
Correct.
loops to be there or not be there. Is that right?
Correct. And also, as well, any decisions that this council may make in the future regarding the bridge deck
Yes.
is completely separate as well. This is urgent work that's needed both for seismic reasons and for spalling concrete and bearings.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to my next question because I'm conscious of time. And again, also based on a lot of questions that I get from the public, I suspect other councillors have too. And that's really around the process during the road or lane closures during the necessary construction work, which I understand would take about 1.5 years, give or take, and feel free to correct me. But there is a public sentiment, and so I'm just repeating. I'm not saying I share it, but I'm repeating that, for example, on the Georgia viaducts, or sometimes the city shuts these things down to demonstrate that we don't need lanes on this bridge. And so my question is, is the plan to have as many lanes remain open during construction, so for peak demand times for commuters or for users on the bridge, so that we can ensure the traffic flow? And how many lanes do you envision that would need to be closed and that would remain open in peak time periods?
So at least 2 lanes maintained open on the center span, and at least one of the 2 lanes on the ramps maintained open. So there's only 2 lanes on the ramps, so we would keep at least one of those ramps, 1 lane on the ramp open.
2 lanes total, even during rush hour periods, or?
That's in each direction on the center span.
So 2 lanes in each direction?
At least 2 lanes direct.
Total of 4?
Yes,
right?
at least.
Okay.
And it should be clear, we're not experimenting with traffic flow, and in fact, it's quite the opposite. We're looking at combining the work so that we can concentrate all the disruption into one time frame and then get out of there afterwards.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I wanted to bring it to light, because there is sometimes some speculation about that, and I think it's very helpful and healthy to clarify for the record around what the intention is around keeping the bridge flowing and accessible during that period?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Mr. Dobrovony. So what we're talking about here is only the red piece?
No, the red, the green, and the blue. And we're currently working on the north section, which is between the 2 greens. That's been previously approved by council, and that work is underway right now so that it can be completed with the opening of Vancouver House, because it ties into their plaza.
I have to say that I'm uncomfortable with this because of these were decisions by the prior council, and we're being asked to approve a rather large amount of money, notwithstanding that it's funding, it says, is available in the approved multi-year Granville Bridge upgrade capital project. We still have the issue of the so-called connector that's in association with the Granville Bridge as well. And so we're treating these things as separate issues. And I just want to make sure that we don't find ourselves further down the road being shoehorned into decisions because of the decision that we're making here today.
This is a
so that, having said that, is this going to have any effect on our future decision making with respect to the Granville connector?
Sorry, the Granville connector?
Well, that's the greenway, whatever we want to call it, the cosmetic changes as opposed to the seismic changes.
No, the only relationship is that this work would need to be done before that could be done. We want to get this work done in advance, but council will have a totally separate decision, likely early next year when we complete the consultation process to make a decision there. The greenway or connector is related much more to the climate change and the transportation targets.
Yeah, I understand, and we will, that's not a fait accompli, and we'll talk about that separately. I am concerned about any kind of land ownership and change that might take place.
Yeah, so,
sorry,
Councillor Hardwick, we've been trying to steer
to
away from those if it's connected to the loops.
And just to be clear,
I just clarified that the green areas were in scope on this project.
Perhaps
just to be clear, the green area is are the ramps that would be retained under a variety of different options for that northern area. That is not part of the loops project per se. The loops are the circular, like the loops that could possibly be removed are part of the circular concrete structure, not the green ramps that are shown there. We've intentionally only brought forward pieces of work that are, number one, urgent, number two, that are funded in our capital plan and our capital budget, and number three, are completely independent of the loops decisions or the greenway decisions.
Okay, so there are no land use change implications to this decision. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks. Oh, some clarification going on there. Oh, look, there's extra stuff.
I'm told there's another slide. So the red section there, which would have been helpful a minute ago if I had read my notes. So the red section is the loops that is a separate discussion. And you can see the green ramps that are not the loops that are covered in this contract. So those red pieces are for another day to decide what the future holds. The green section and the piece that's in the middle between those two red areas is nearing completion now, and that work was advanced because part of the Vancouver House project is activating a large plaza directly underneath the bridge, and so that large plaza marketplace needed to have essentially the roof completed before it could open up.
Thanks. Okay, so questions for me. I'd heard that there's excess capacity on the Granville Bridge, and it's unlike, say, the Burrard Street Bridge that is quite constrained. But the Granville Bridge does have excess capacity and should be able to handle this, the kind of closure of lanes a lot easier than the other bridges. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, the center portion of the bridge is vastly larger than it has a tremendous overcapacity. The limiting factor for roadways or bridges are the endpoints.
Right.
And that's why with the approach we took on the Burrard Bridge was we reduced 2 lanes on the bridge span itself, but at the northern intersection, which is the point that controlled the capacity, we added another couple of lanes so that the 2 lanes going north could have 2 lanes going north on Burrard or 2 lanes going on to Pacific. And so that now has less congestion than it did before we did the work because we changed the intersection to increase the capacity.
Okay, thanks very much. On to Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just thank you for the report. And I apologize if hopefully these questions have been asked, but just in reviewing the report, I understand so seismic work was already completed previously. There has been some seismic work on the bridge.
Yes.
And when I was working in K-12 education, there was a lot of sort of planning done around seismic upgrades to schools, and we had a sort of a system of prioritization. I'm just wondering how that works here, this being done kind of in 2 parts. So I'm just trying to understand that process of we're now in 2019, and obviously some work was undertaken in 2013. So if you could just speak to that a little bit, just for my own understanding.
Yeah, without being flippant, I would say the bridges are like owning an old home. You're always looking and identifying something, and so they have a constant, asset management plan where we're prioritizing all the work, and that's why it becomes urgent that we stay on top of it, and that's why we are quite keen and conscious about any delays. So the seismic is an ongoing. There's been seismic work going on several of the bridges for many years. We prioritize what is the most important. Over the years, the codes change, and so we don't do the designs too far in advance because sometimes the code will change by the time we prioritize it into the next plan. We try and stagger the work into different capital plans. Cambie Bridge is the next bridge that has fairly significant seismic upgrading, and as I said, this work will complete the seismic upgrading for the center span, which is high risk and over top of Granville Island. This work will fix the spalling concrete on the ramps on either end, but there's still seismic work that will need to be done on either end in the future.
And I guess with that, I'm just wondering, because a couple of months ago we did have an initial report brought to council around the center piece of the bridge and sort of further upgrades around allowing sort of better pedestrian access and cycling access. And I'm just wanting to understand how this piece of work fits with that, because I thought they were kind of coming together, so it would be helpful to understand sort of the process of the stages and what we might be looking at going forward.
Yes. We heard council when we had our earlier discussions about the pedestrian and cycling improvements on the bridge. And so and that instruction that we received from this council was to go out and do a robust consultation process with the many stakeholders. And so we've completed the first round of that. We'll be sending an update to council shortly. Essentially what we called listening and learning. We went out and talked about what some of the concerns were on the bridge, talked about what some of the goals were, and asked the public what their goals were, what their concerns were, and we'll bring that information back to council. That's the first round of listening and learning. Second phase will be to talk about what some options might be. We heard from council when we were last here not to limit the number of options, and so we're keeping that wide open in terms of, and that'll be the second round of consultation. Then we'll look at bringing forward a recommendation. We would take the recommendation out to the stakeholders in a third round of consultation. And once we receive their feedback on that, we'd bring it back to council, I would think early in the new year. So there was an opportunity where that project, the decision on that project could have been closer to this work, but we've spread it out, which is fine, so that we can do this robust consultation and come back to council with feedback.
Okay, so at this stage, they're distinct pieces of work, but this is something that was envisioned. It has to be done as
has
part
to be
of
done, and it's underneath.
Underneath
Anything we do up on the deck is separate, but it makes sense to do the work down below first and the bearing joints first before you would put anything on top, and that's a separate discussion. I should just point out that in terms of the number of lanes closed, there's only certain tasks that will require the lanes to be closed, and that's doing the bearing joints and things, so we try to minimize the number of times it has to be throttled back in terms of capacity.
Okay. And just last question, just on the
just 15 seconds.
Asset management plan. Is there sort of a risk assessment part of that sort of you get that would again prioritize as a high risk to if there's a seismic activity or event, and that again feeds into how we prioritize these seismic upgrade projects?
Given the time, yes, for sure, and certainly what's under the bridge as well, in terms of life safety, but also damage and associated damage. Okay. And as I said, this section is a piece that's over Granville Island, so that's significant.
Thanks very much. Okay, and we're on to our second round of questions, it looks like, unless there's any objections from anyone. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Sure. Are we finishing questions now? I have an amendment I'd like to move, but I'm happy to wait until questions are finished.
No, you don't have to. You could, we could always ask questions after so if you want, I think you can pitch your amendment now. That's kind of how we've been doing it.
Okay. Do you want the motion moved first?
Send it in. Have you sent the motion in?
I have, yes.
Okay. Can we see it on screen if you're moving? Sorry. Can we see it? Yeah. So you're moving. Oh, right. You're gonna have you can attach it however you want to do it. You can attach it to the report, or you can move it as a separate amendment. Either way works.
I'm happy to move it with the report. If
okay.
I get a signal from council, they have some generally empathetic, and if not, I'm happy to move it as a separate amendment, depending on the will of council. But why don't I just...
So you're moving the report with this added to the end? Is that what you...
We'll move the report this added to the end, and we'll look for sort of a verbal signal of support as to whether or not that's the desired
well,
way
you can always
council.
It can always be taken out. late.
Okay,
Somebody could amend it out if they want, so.
Sure. So I'll read those in for the record. It says two simple amendments, that the current City Council be provided with a full briefing, including any in-camera considerations on overall possible plans and options for the bridge structure, including the north end loops. And then the second piece that says that the construction schedule be coordinated to minimize lane closure and disruption to commuters and bridge users at peak demand times and overall throughout the work. I think those are self-explanatory. Thank you.
Thanks. So we'll need a seconder for that. We have a seconder. Councillor Hardwick. There we go. So I'm putting us on an amendment queue. Would anybody like to speak to this? Or, I guess, anything on the motion? Well, it's just how it works on my... Yeah. Well, I'll just deal with it in the amendment queue. So I have Councillor Hardwick on the list. Councillor Hardwick. Sorry.
To go back to the map that we had there a second ago, but it relates to this question again. And that is the loops. The loops are concerning me. Those are owned by the city, correct? The loops.
We're at a question stage now, so you can...
Oh, but that's why I asked if I needed to wait till the amendment.
You can ask it through a point of information through me if you like.
Point of information.
Okay.
Is the land under the loops owned by the city?
Okay, so through the deputy city manager over to the chief engineer.
My understanding, yes.
Yes, it's city property. I believe it's currently street.
And do we know the value of that property?
That would be a question that we would deal with council in camera.
Right, so that would be a question we deal with in camera. And the motion speaks to that, so would you like to speak to this this motion which directs...
Well, then I'll speak in favor of the amendment because there's too much I don't know about this, including the value of the land under the loops. And there's a lot of moving parts to this bridge. And, I just don't feel that we know enough about it as a new council. So I would support the amendments by Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else on this queue. So I guess we're going to vote on the report. It's right there. Information, Councillor Deschanova.
So the way I see this is that we are moving to award the construction contract, but we would also have a briefing on everything.
That's how I read it.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't a referral.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Kirby-Yung, I have you on the list. Is there any? No. Okay. Anybody else like to speak to this? Okay then, so I can call the vote on the report. And this was included in the moving. So it is part of the whole report. We've done this a bunch of times. It's a staff report with additional language. Everybody clear? Okay. Right. Okay, that's unanimous. Great. Okay, thank you very much, staff. Thanks, council. Okay, so now we've finished the reports that have been held. We're moving on to the bylaws. We have 13 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by council. Council members who are not present for meetings related to public hearings, enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings and of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 9 is a public hearing enactment from bylaw from the previous term. Therefore, several members were not on council at the time of public hearing. However, on June 11th, many councillors noted they had reviewed the proceedings for this item. Councillors, when I call your name, please advise if you have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings related to bylaw 9, and if you will be voting on the enactments. Councillor Boyle? No? Okay, Councillor Hardwick? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young? Okay, Councillor Swanson? Okay, would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 13? Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none opposed, so the motion carries unanimously. So the list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Okay, so for this council meeting, we need a motion to suspend Rule 10.6 in the procedure bylaw, because we're looking at now motions on notice. That rule provides a council member introducing a member's motion with 1 minute to move the motion. Suspending the rule will allow council members 2 minutes to introduce their motion and 1 minute each to ask clarifying questions of the mover of a member's motion. Would someone like to move a motion to suspend Rule 10.6? Thank you. Councillor Bly, seconder. Thank you. Councillor Boyle, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, it moves ahead. Okay, so that motion carries. We have 13 motions on notice. Motion 1 is a request for leave of absence for Councillor Dominato for a portion of the meetings on June 26th, July 11th, and October 17th, and for Councillor Bly for meetings on September 10th and to 12th. Someone like to move this motion? Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, seconded. Councillor Dominato, thank you. All in favor? You want to speak to it? Okay, I'm sorry. Before we vote, yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I need to make an amendment to the date and time for A. I'm sorry, I can send this into the clerk. But it is for July 11th, 2019. Also need leave 5:15 to 6:45. And we weren't able to submit that on time.
Okay, so we... that's new business. Okay.
It's simply the addition of 5:15 to 6:45 p.m. on July 11th as well.
Okay, thanks. So we need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. All in favor of the amendment? Okay. None opposed, so that passes. So now we can vote on the actual motion. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope, so that's good. That's passed. What's that? Look at us go. Yeah. Motion on notice 2 is restoring provincial library funding, which to be moved by Councillor Boyle. And so Councillor Boyle, up to 2 minutes. Can you put yourself on the list? And then, thank you. And then up to 2 minutes, then we have up to 1 minute for questions. Please go ahead.
Great, and I'll be quick. So this is a motion to send to UBCM. It's a similar version of this motion has been passed or is on the docket for a number of other municipalities across the province. It is a campaign to increase library funding around the province from the Ministry of Education, and I worked on it in collaboration with the Vancouver Public Library Board as the liaison there. I just thought I would note that provincial library funding from the Ministry of Education to our own library system, the VPL, has decreased from 2.1 million in 2008 to 1.2 million in 2019. So those, as you can imagine, are costs that we then see as pressures on our own budget. So happy to answer questions, and that's all.
Great, thank you very much. I've got a few folks on the list here, so I'm going to leave your Councillor Kirby-Young on the list. Please go ahead, up to 1 minute for question and answer.
No, I'll pass. I'll wait to speak to the main motion. Thanks. Sorry. I don't have a question. I have a way to speak to the motion.
Okay. Great. Well, you're going to need to wait for that one because there are speakers to this. Anybody else have any questions? No. Okay. So we received requests to speak to this motion as part. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. We have received requests to speak to this motion as part of the council meeting procedures pilot project. Council agreed to consider referring members' motions with speakers to the standing committee meeting on June 26th with a hard start of 3 p.m. Council like to hear the speakers. We can refer the motion to the standing committee on city finance and services meeting tomorrow, where speakers on members' motions will be heard beginning at 3 p.m. in the order they were referred. Would someone like to move a referral? Okay, saw Councillor Boyle's hand up, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope. So this motion is referred to the standing committee meeting tomorrow. On to motion number 3, which is the transparent process and taxation for land banks repurposed as temporary recreational properties, which is moved by Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and for folks who have read the motion, it's pretty self-explanatory. This asks our staff to reconsider a memo that was released back in 2009 following a motion by then COPE Councillor Alan Woodworth, and it was to look at the kind of developer land banks that are repurposed as community gardens. The current process allows the landowner to add amenities as they see fit, in this case possibly planter boxes or gravel and dog waste bags or what have you. And when BC Assessment comes along and classifies it, they then consider it a recreational property. The classification of recreational property nets a pretty significant tax savings. The mill rate on recreational class 8 is $3 and something on the thousand, whereas the mill rate on commercial, business, other, class 6 is about 9 1/4 on 1,000. So there's some pretty significant tax savings there. There's really no control over the city on how this land is used. Staff's report back in 2009 suggested that we could actually exercise a little bit more control and require these landowners to apply for a building permit, a development permit, and the like, basically change of use kind of stuff, which is kind of an expectation for pretty much anybody else in the city. If you want to change the use of your property, you have to apply to the city to do so. So this asks our staff to reconsider that motion and see how we can exercise a little bit more control over these kind of land uses and change of use.
Okay, thanks. Anybody have any questions for Councillor Fry? You want to put it on yourself on the list? Okay, Councillor Fry, just turn on your mic. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute.
Councillor Fry, have you spoken with staff at all about how these, how the exemption that a landowner may get for this would affect possibly their pro formas in the long run if they were going to build affordable housing? And also, do you know how many of these properties are being used as community gardens while they're waiting for soil remediation to be completed because they're former gas stations and couldn't be built on until that time?
So I have been told, actually, that the soil remediation issue is somewhat overblown, and it's not quite as onerous as we've been led to believe. In fact, the term used to describe it as an urban myth.
I have 20 seconds. So did staff tell you it's an urban myth and it's overblown? I asked you about staff. Have staff...
I thought your question...
Have you talked to staff about soil remediation?
I have talked to staff about it, and staff have, using the reporting system, staff have confirmed that they are interested in talking about this. So
that's the minute.
That's my time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry. I had to go fast. So
Anybody else?
feels like I'm grilling
Councillor
you,
Bly.
but
Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Thank you. So we've heard also that part of the rationale and what we see has been happening in terms of delay in development permits, and that process can sometimes be upwards of 3, 4, 5 years. I wonder what staff's comments are, or your comments to anyone that may query that being part of why this is actually in place.
And I think that's part of the conversation, and that's the onus of responsibility on our part to balance that change of use with perhaps the understanding that we're taking too long to give them the permits that they need to actually build. So it's asking the city to take a more proactive role in this.
Okay, so did you, so there's sort of the dovetails that issue, and one would sort of argue that dealing with the delay in the permit, so I wonder if staff had any comments back to you about addressing that being the issue versus going after the actual. No, okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. And I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we'll move to the information that we have received requests to speak. Oh, we need a seconder for this motion. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Let's see. So we've received requests to speak on this. So if we're going to hear these folks, we have to move this as a referral to 3 p.m. So somebody like to move this referral? Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, seconder. Councillor Carr, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's fine. Thank you very much. Sure. Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make sure we're suspending our rules to procedural bylaw. But if something is referred on to committee, can people still sign up to speak to it? It used to be the practice that people could do that after we referred something to committee. I just wanted to check because it's been a question that's been asked of me.
Right. I'll check with the clerk and just ask for clarification on
Okay,
that. Thank you very much.
much.
Okay. So once it's referred, as this motion has just been, then we reopen the speakers list and people can sign up until 9:30 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Okay. Thanks very much to the clerk. Okay, so motion number 4 is on endorsing the treaty on prohibition of nuclear weapons, which is to be moved by Councillor Fry. And Councillor Fry, you know the drill. Just put yourself on the list, and we'll give you up to 2 minutes. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is part of a global cities movement. Of course, Vancouver has a proud history as being opposed to nuclear war and disarmament, and in favor of disarmament. This is the international movement, and we've been specifically requested to join the city's appeal through the nuclear ban. It's put up by the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, or ICAN as it's known, and it's been an ask of cities around the world. So far, hundreds of cities have signed on to this, including Sydney, Melbourne, Paris, Berlin, Geneva, Manchester, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and closer to home, Toronto and Victoria. So this is really just sending a letter and asking our mayor, I should say, to send a letter and requesting this of the Prime Minister to sign the nuclear prohibition of nuclear weapons treaty.
Okay, thanks very much. And you've got Councillor Dejanova on the list, and I'll put your mic back on. Oh, we need a seconder. No, we're going to do it. We're going to do it after the question. So go ahead with your.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, did you notice that it doesn't actually say that the mayor writes the letter? So I just wasn't sure here. I was going to ask you. That's a good point.
And sorry, and I jumped to that. It's the city, right?
I wasn't sure if you were going to bring an amendment, if not, to this meeting. If not, I have one prepared for the next one. It would just say that the mayor write a letter. Also just wondering, because in the resolution, it doesn't affirm support or recognize the work of previous councils. And notably, I remember the council that Mayor Larry Campbell was on that did a lot of work on this, and he's continued that work in the Senate of Canada. So I just was wondering if that was something that you also intended to add tomorrow, just so I knew if I should prepare something.
You know, I would welcome that specific amendment. As far as asking the mayor, I haven't asked the mayor myself, so I don't want to put him on the spot. But, you know.
Oh, to write the letter.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I just didn't know how it would get to them otherwise. It doesn't really say of staff.
Okay.
And just really quickly going to ask you also is...
Sorry, we're just at
Sorry, I'm out of time. I guess maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow.
Thanks.
Actually, right now, because we have no speakers.
Oh.
So we have nobody else on the list to speak to this. Thank you, councillors. Point of information, Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, I just I didn't have a printed speaker list, and so I'm just trying to work off what I hope is the last one, but I don't show speakers for this item, so I'm wondering
right. I'm just
we're considering this today. I just wanted to clarify because councillors were speaking about making changes tomorrow, but we are considering this today.
That right now. Yep, thanks.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I have so we need somebody to second the motion, and then we can answer. Okay, thank you, Councillor Dejanova. And now we have discussion, and I have Councillor Dejanova on the list, followed by Councillor Swanson. There are no speakers, so we're dealing with this right now. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung, for that.
So we are dealing with this right now, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to send this over to the clerk. I thought there were speakers to this. I must not have an updated list also. So if that could be, perhaps we could recess to print an updated speakers list so I know what will and will not be coming.
I can tell you because I have it right here. So
that would be great. Could we just go through that quickly on the list of all of the rest of the
We're speaking to this right now, and your clock's running.
Okay, all right. So I'm sending this over to the clerk, and it's just to, because I think that otherwise the letter's not going to get there, so it asks that the mayor write the letter. That being said, I'll try, perhaps, if someone else is going to go on the queue, I could maybe put something together that also notes that.
Just to remind council, how I chair is that when you have 5 minutes, you've got the floor for 5 minutes. You don't have to say anything. You can let other people speak.
Thank you.
So you have 5 minutes to do whatever you like.
I understand. I'm trying to be as efficient as possible, though. So I did send in an amendment, and the amendment particularly just asks that, and not to put the mayor in a hard spot, but he has been the one writing letters. Unless he'd like to ask for someone else to do that, I think it's important to note that it doesn't ask staff to do that here. There's no other way that I know that it will get there. And then also, I do have some issues right now that it says places itself on the record. So I'm not sure, are we talking about placing ourselves on the record to endorse the treaty? And just some of the statements that I've heard other council members make, I want to make sure that this isn't just claiming that we haven't been on the record before or stealing the thunder of anyone else who has done really good hard work here before and has already made the city of Vancouver a nuclear-free zone. That being said, I appreciate the careful consideration that we should always keep moving forward. I do see this really more of a federal responsibility, but that being said, it was done here at the city of Vancouver. So the amendment that I've included is that the mayor write a letter on behalf of the city of Vancouver. And it should say, to place itself. So I thought I'd ask in there just that we fix any grammar that went along with that.
To place itself.
But yeah, instead, because the grammar changes because of those words.
To place itself on record as endorsing.
Yes, and I would say council, but it is by city. I did check that. So I'm hoping the council will support that.
Thanks. So I need a seconder for this. A small amendment. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Over to the amendment queue. Anybody wish to speak to this? I guess if I was going to speak to it, I'd say if the motion was the opposite, I would have a hard time sending this letter. But since this one, I would not have a hard time sending this letter. So I'm okay with the amendment myself. And I could also include the stuff about a long history of this. It's going way back to the 80s, I think, 70s even. So nobody here to speak to this? Call a vote on the amendment. Should be to place itself. Yep, that's struck. Okay, so calling the vote on this text amendment, Councillor Domino. Great, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Anything else? I think that's anything else, Councillor Dejanova? Yep, but you don't have anything else because you had a little time left. Okay, thanks, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this motion. I'm actually old enough that I remember crawling under my desk at school in order to save myself from in order to practice saving myself from an imminent nuclear attack, which of course wouldn't have worked. And I've been part of, along with lots of other people in the city, trying to get the nuclear-free zone declared, which we did, organizing those huge peace marches in the 80s. And we actually have a former city councilor who actually swam around a nuclear battleship in the harbor to protest nuclear weapons. And, we're fighting climate change now, which everyone sees as a huge issue, which of course it is a huge issue, but in the background, there's always this nuclear weapons one. And I think it's really important that we do go on record as endorsing this treaty and trying to work towards nuclear disarmament. It would also, if we did that, it'd give us a lot of extra money to fight climate change.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dejanova, I have you on.
So I have just sent this into the clerk, and it's just an addition, as Councillor Fry said that he might welcome it, and it's very simple, and it just furthermore affirms, and I'll wait until it's up, but just to explain the sentiment, is just to affirm the good work that has been done by previous councils And I say councils because I think that this is something that came over many councils, and understanding that this is very real. We may sit here and we may discuss here in this room things that aren't of this magnitude. They are of a magnitude of a certain, I don't want to say they're not as important, but perhaps we don't speak a lot in my historical recollection about nuclear weapons and being a nuclear-free zone in the city of Vancouver. But because people have fought for our freedom, because people have stood up for this, because people have from a level of making sure that there's legislation that shows that we affirm our support, that we ally with others, but also that we support the brave individuals who put their lives on the line every day. And I can speak from experience because my spouse did serve as a regular force member of the Canadian Armed Forces, to know that it certainly is a very real issue in our society. And I think that we're very fortunate here living in the country of Canada, in the city of Vancouver, in the province of BC, because at all three levels of government, this has been something that has been brought to the forefront by different councils. And I do appreciate Councillor Fry for being the first person to bring it forward at this council and continue that on. But I wanted to make sure that we reaffirm the long history and good work of previously elected Vancouver City Councils and staff, because staff put work into making it a nuclear-free zone, to declare the city of Vancouver a nuclear-free zone. So hoping that will be, I wish it could be friendly, but it can't be. So hoping that amendment will be accepted.
Okay, thanks. We need a seconder for this amendment. Councillor Fry, thank you. We'll go on, whoops, I think I've kind of messed up the queue here, so we'll just start. Does anybody want to speak to this? Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Very happy to support this amendment. True story, when I was younger, skinnier, had bigger hair, I was one of the teenage marchers. I was part of the Vancouver Youth for Peace Action and the Students Together on Peace, and we would march 100,000 strong across the Burrard Street Bridge, and those events were sponsored by the city of Vancouver. And other true story, I was joined by the now husband of Councillor Boyle back in those halcyon teenage years. But it was really inspiring because it was actually sponsored by our city. And I was, as a kid, thinking I lived in the coolest city in the world because our city sponsored a giant peace march. And so I'm really happy to continue that work, and really thankful for Councillor DiGenova's amendment that acknowledges that work that's gone ahead.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to speak to this amendment? Okay, great. So we can call the vote on this amendment. Councillor Wiebe? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Let's see. I've kind of messed up the cues here. Councillor
I'll just finish on the main motion.
Right. No, it's not the main motion now. We've just amended the amendment, right? So we're back on that queue, clerks? Is that?
I amended the main motion.
And the main motion, but unfortunately I have everybody in the amendment queue one. So let's see. Okay, thanks. The clerk's going to just fix my screw up there. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, Councillor DiGenova?
Thank you very much. Just wanted to affirm my support for this motion. I think that although perhaps it doesn't involve at our level of government, a lot of policy work at the same level that we see in the federal government or at the Senate. But at the same time, I think that it's important to affirm our support. And Councillor Fry has inspired me to share my own personal story. I was just looking at a photo. I was in a stroller during that peace march. I was an infant, and I carried a sign that said, "I want to grow up, not blow up." And my father at the time marched beside previous Mayor Philip Owen in that peace march. So, sharing my own story.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much, and appreciate both the amendments, and very much appreciate the original motion. And sometimes people think, well, why should we as a council do this? So I'm going to relay why I think we should. I was on that very first Peace Walk, Walk for Peace in 1982, and that was just before. I'm not trying to be partisan here, but just before I co-founded the Green Party of BC. And at the time, a lot of people were very, very concerned about the nuclear war issue. And a group came to me, and it was the Simon Fraser Public Interest Advocacy Group. And they had done research at that time that I found most profound, which is they said kids are really fearful about the potential of their world blowing up through nuclear war. But the kids who weren't afraid were those whose parents were engaged and active, understood that it was an issue, and did take action. So I think that there is still a lot of fear amongst our children, and with the case in Iran particularly now, and I think actions on the part of council help allay the fear. So I'm proud that we are a city that says we are a nuclear-free zone, and I think this is an action we as council can take to say to our children, we know that this is a problem out there, and we are behind action to prevent it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick.
Just thinking about this brings it all back. Because I know we've all got our own personal stories about this, but I just had my first baby in 1983. And I was so afraid leading up to that period of time. There was, of the women that were pregnant at the time, we were so concerned about bringing babies into this world with this specter of nuclear war. And so this movement galvanized us, I think, and I was in every one of those marches with strollers and my second baby in '86 as this carried on. There were people at the time that were critical that said, why are we doing this? This is something that is clearly outside the scope of what local government can do. And I've certainly taken that position myself in other cases. But this is one that had we not turned the ship around, we might not be here today. So I just want to say thank you, Councillor Fry, for putting this forward. I am verklempt. It's such an important thing. It does speak, I think, to the way that so many people are fearful today around climate change. That's a little bit more of a slow drip rather than the prospect of nuclear annihilation. But notwithstanding, for those of us that have hope in the future, that have kids, and now I'm grateful to have a grandchild, I can't underscore enough how important this is. So thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
I've just supplied an amendment to just add a little bit of clarity, because I appreciate that there was maybe a little bit of confusion around where we actually sign up. So just after where it says places itself on record, adding the phrase "and on the city's appeal," capitalized, and then a link to nuclearban.org/cities. And that's the website that is the place of record for the various cities that have signed this pledge.
Okay. So we have a seconder for this amendment? Okay, I think I heard Councillor Carr first, so, but I have Councillor Dejanova on the, rats.
And I'm
sorry, I'm okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I'm just going to send an amendment to the amendment, and the word would, instead of "and," because I think to say place ourselves on record and means that we're not on record, place ourselves on record with.
Okay, I can do that without an amendment.
Oh, okay, because I just sent it. I did everything you asked.
That's right, but I can chair's discretion with little words.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, we're good.
Appreciate that.
We don't need a seconder for this. Does it? Well, you can object if you'd rather it be a vote, then. The actual amendment from Councillor Fry did get a seconder, Councillor Carr. Okay, I think it sounds like we need to make it a formal amendment, so we'll do that. The amendment to the amendment. Do we have a seconder for this?
For Councillor Fries?
Yours.
I thought you said we didn't need to.
Yeah, there seems to be some objection to it. So I'd rather have a vote then. So somebody second the with? Councillor Bly, thank you. So we're on our amended queue. Anybody like to speak? Yeah, Councillor Fry's on first. There you go, Councillor Fry.
And I appreciate the attempt and the interest of clarity. I do think that they're two separate things, actually, as I added it. So one is that we're going on record for the universe saying that this is what we believe, and the second is a specific website that is kind of secondary to that. It was really just more of a clarification-y kind of thing. I wouldn't want it to appear that we're exclusively going on record on the city's appeal, and that is the only place that we're on record, because I think it's important to just go on record as we're doing right now, saying this is what we affirm.
Okay, thanks. And just before we go any further, I just want the clerk, seems to be a little confusion, or I'm confused. Right, there's a with instead of an and. That's the difference. And on the city's appeal. It looks the same. Councillor Deschanova, can you point out where your amendment is different? Okay, so that would be with. Okay, thanks. Okay, so that's what you. Right. Okay. That should be, if you could highlight that in red, the with, yeah, or something. It's rather than and. Okay, so Councillor Deschanova, do you want to?
I was just hoping for a point of information,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, and because it's discretion as the chair, although people have asked you to rule on that. And I'm trying not to put forward more and more amendments, but I mean, I do have one ready that says that, you know, you write a letter on behalf of this city council, 2018 to 2022. The reason is I wouldn't want to.
Point of information? What's your question?
Information is as the language stands now, is this saying that we were not on the record before? And do we know for a fact we weren't on the record before?
I'll leave that up to people to interpret because I don't have the answer. But people just have to interpret. But it is your amendment, so right. So thanks. That's a point of information.
It is, and
that you're on the floor. So if you want
to it,
yep.
That's the reason why. I just wanted to make sure the way you read something certainly can change the context, and I want to make sure that the intent of this motion is to also, and that's why I've added the second part, that we acknowledge that this is something. I appreciate Councillor Fry, you bringing this forward for this council, but I also don't want to say that before that other councils weren't on the record. I don't think that would be very diplomatic or fair to them and the good work that they've done. So I just wouldn't want it to be interpreted that way. But if that wasn't your intent and you don't feel that's the way it will be read in 50 years when other people are searching the minutes like I do, then I'm happy to support it. I just wanted to make sure that that was the intent of the language. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else want to speak to this amendment? The word with or and? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to call a vote on the amendment. Okay, we're just right in the middle of votes, and everybody has voted. So that has failed 6 to yes, with Councillor Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. So we're back to the amendment. Councillor Deschanova, you have the floor for another 3
It's fine. I'm going to try not to wordsmith it. As long as Councillor Fry maybe in his closing, I'm hoping, before I have to vote.
Point of information. Okay, just 1 second, please. Go ahead.
If this is appropriate as a point of information, I just wanted to point out that the specific treaty of prohibition of nuclear weapons.
No, that's a point of information is a question to the chair. So, so do you have a question to the chair?
I do not. No.
Okay, thanks very much. But there's time to debate this, so maybe perhaps you can put your point in there. So, Councillor DiGenova, you're finished on the amendment. Okay, so I'm going to, with no more discussion on the amendment, so everybody's clear what the amendment is. It's the yellow bit. We're taking the with part out because it's now and not with. Right, so it's the yellow part. And on the city's appeal with the website.
Yep.
And I can put you back on the...
I'm still on, yeah.
You're still on, sorry, I think I've... I'm just going to let the clerk fix this. I think Councillor Fry is still on the queue. Okay, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and just with respect to the previous work that's done, I just want to be clear that the specific treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons was actually ratified in September of 2017. Canada and the United States refused to sign on to it at that time. So I think over 70 different nations signed on it. Canada and the US did not. And so there wasn't an opportunity for a previous council to actually really pursue this. That's part of this whole movement, is to try and get us to recognize that we missed that boat as a nation. So.
Okay, thanks. Councillor, this is, yes, we're still on the amendment. So I don't see any other speakers on the amendment. So I'm going to call the vote on the amendment. Waiting for Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Great, so that's unanimous. Thanks very much. And now I'm back to the main queue. Councillor Fry's done. Councillor Carr.
Oh, that's a holdover.
Okay, so I don't see anybody else on the queue to speak. So I could call the vote on the whole thing. Okay, people seem keen. Call a vote. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Wiebe. Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Great. So we're on to number 5. Motion on notice number 5 is accountability for climate change, which is moved by Councillors Swanson and Boyle. So one of you has 2 minutes to endorse, to speak to the motion. Councillor Boyle, you're up for 2 minutes.
Thanks. So I'm going to be as brief as I can on this. This motion is really specifically about recovering costs, and we know from our own budget conversations the costs will be high, as well as estimates the city has not just on action, but the costs on infrastructure that we'll have that are pretty unavoidable for dealing with sea level rise and whatnot. Right now, these costs are being paid 100% by taxpayers, and the conversation that's happening in other places that echo this motion are that those costs should be shared in some fair way also by fossil fuel companies. I will just let you know that a 2017 survey reflected that 87% of Lower Mainland residents said they agree that these costs should be shared in some way with fossil fuel companies. And this motion is about sending a signal that fossil fuel companies and their investors need to incorporate the true costs of climate change into their business decisions so that they can be part of making decisions that help build a better future. So I recognize that we have a pretty bold plan we passed unanimously on responding to the climate emergency. I think that's so important, and this is a further piece about who how the costs are shared in that. As the motion outlines, a number of other municipalities have done the letter writing piece of this. There's conversation about the legal action piece in Toronto and Victoria and a number of other municipalities, so we're not alone. It would really be about keeping our options open and being part of these conversations as they evolve to ensure our taxpayers aren't fully on the hook and the costs are being shared equitably.
Thank you very much. That's 2 minutes. And so I have some folks on the queue for questions. Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyle. I just had a question also. You had talked about fossil fuel companies paying their fair share, and I wonder, considering we use fossil fuels here, the City of Vancouver, including our own renewable energy utility, our district energy, in fact, uses natural gas, I believe it's 80% of the time, if not more, to power it. I'm just wondering, would we also be paying a cost to this? I mean, would that be your intention, is that we kind of stop right away using all fossil fuels, or that we ourselves pay a cost because we'd be asking others to pay a cost that we're not asking ourselves to pay?
Sure, fair question. So that isn't explicitly the intention because the motion isn't getting into the details of who and what portion of things. The motion is about engaging that conversation about what is fair, and specifically to be reaching out to the top 20 largest fossil fuel companies, in part because we have pretty clear evidence that those largest companies were shutting down and suppressing climate action.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr, up to a minute.
Yes, thank you. Regarding C of the motion, that the mayor, on behalf of council, reach out to local governments and investigating cooperation, including potential shared legal strategies. I'm wondering if you have considered that there would be additional staff involved, especially legal staff. So I'm not going to assume that it's just, I am going to assume it's just the mayor, but is it broader than that?
Thanks. So it's my understanding that, as you say, that initial investigation would be pretty preliminary, and that we would then hear back if we were committing further legal staff into that discussion. But right now, the discussion is happening, and we're saying, let's be part of it and see where it might go. And then we would, I assume, we would have a further decision to make if we were engaging in actual legal action.
So it's broader than just the mayor.
Thanks very much. There's a minute. Yep. On to Councillor Weep.
Yeah, just quick question on D. Do we know the Union of BC Municipality motions that will be coming forward that address A and B?
We do. So Richmond last night passed motions on both A and B that they're sending to UBCM, and I can dig up what other municipalities have passed similar motions, but we do know that those will be
the motion from Richmond does not address A or B.
Okay, I'll forward the versions that I have of it to you and see.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can get more information on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Boyle, for the motion. I just had a quick question around the not specific clause in the resolutions, but if we have a sense of what the cost implications would be for participating in these efforts. And I know that I think Councillor We've just referred to Richmond because I think they just dealt with this week, and I think there was some indication that it would be quite expensive. And so I'm just curious if there's any reference somewhere or any opinions or any information that we can get around that.
Good question. So my understanding, A and B and D are all pretty, send letters in terms of staff time and cost very low, and that C is at this point exploratory in terms of the City of Vancouver being part of conversations that are happening, and that were we to make a decision to engage in legal action, that would be a decision, and at that point we would have more information about what's involved.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I have a point of procedure prior to a question, if I might.
Sure.
And that's just noting the hour that we're coming up in 5:02, and we're scheduled to finish at 5. We have some items of business. I'm wondering if I can ask what the plan is.
Sure. So the plan that, just talking with the clerk, is that we would recess at 5 and have the dinner, come back at 6 o'clock, go into public hearing. After the public hearing is over, come back and finish the remainder of this agenda.
Okay, so therefore...
That's my proposal anyway.
So just to clarify then, thank you, that's helpful, but therefore anticipating that the remaining motions that would need to be read into the record, referred to committee tomorrow will be able to be dealt with this week.
That's right. If we, yes. Now, if we run into trouble with our debate over the public hearing, it was just the one item on the public hearing that we have to decide on, I will give advice as we're going along as to what we can do. But at this point, I think we have sufficient time to finish the entire agenda as well as the public hearing. But if we run into trouble, I'll there might be a possibility of moving along a little faster.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks
I'll move on to my question now if I
Okay.
could. So question for Councillor Boyle. Thank you. And I notice in C the motion references reaching out to local governments in BC and across Canada, including references Victoria and Toronto. I'm just wondering if you're aware that I'm being informed, I've got some letters here, that Victoria has now backed away from joining a class action suit given the backlash and lost business that they've been experiencing in their community, and so has Whistler.
So Whistler sent letters and then had some backlash. My understanding in terms of the legal action piece is that Victoria's council is still debating it, that the mayor had initially been in favor of it and now has stepped back her support a bit. There's other folks on the council who wanted to move forward, and so my understanding is that's similarly a debate they're having at their council table, though I don't know how active and dates on that. But and similarly, Toronto.
We're at the minute, sorry. I know it's a cruel minute. I'd rather move it to 2, but maybe when we resolve our procedures. So that's it for the question on and Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you. Just a point of information, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. We're at 5:56,
Mm.
and I'm also aware that I'd asked before if we were going to be coming back into council after the public
Can I
hearing.
just explain that?
I was told no earlier today when I asked. So
Well, at that point, it was a no, but now it looks like it's...
I understand. I'm hoping that perhaps for the members that wanted to move their motions over to committee for tomorrow, they might be able to do that then.
Yeah, not with 5 minutes left, I don't think.
I was just hoping that we might even be able to move those motions over in a single resolution if possible, just to be dealt with tomorrow or to reconvene in council.
Do that. I don't think we can move it as a single motion. I think they have to go motion by motion, if I'm correct.
So perhaps we could extend to do that. I'm aware that we were told one thing. I understand things change here, but for me personally, my motions, I've been very transparent about my motions at the very end, then I might not be here later this evening to actually move that forward because I adjusted my childcare based on that. And the possibilities of me being able to extend that.
Gotcha. So I get
Thank
okay.
you.
So and we have point of information from Councillor Kirby-Young.
To Councillor Dejanova's point, I'm wondering if we have to do each motion individually, I wonder if council would consider waiving questions to speed up the process?
We've done that in the past. So are councillors okay with waiving questions? Okay, so actually I'll just ask then if you want to move that as a motion then.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we waive questions on the remaining motions that need to be read into the record. And
Or perhaps add them to when we get to the actual the part of the debate.
Discussion during the committee. Yeah.
Okay, so seconder for that then? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Nope. So maybe the clerk can help me with, we can't, my understanding, clerk, is we can't group send over the Okay, so if we could just a little bit of administrative work here. If we can just refer 5 to tomorrow now on this one. Okay, and that's okay. and second, because we do have speakers on this, seconder. So all in favor of moving number 5 to tomorrow? Okay, we're good. Thanks, and I'll come right back to you. Okay, Council, so I need a motion then to move. We're almost there. Oh, it is 5. So I need a motion to extend for about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you, Councilor Dejanova. Councilor Wiebe, second. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Nope, we're good. Okay, so I need a new motion to regular council. Okay, so I need a motion to 6, 7, what was it? 8 and 13. So so motions 6, 7, 8, and 13 do not have speakers. So I need a motion to refer those to the regular council meeting after the standing committee. Okay, just somebody may want to do that. Councillor Dejanova?
I'll move, but I would rather not move because I have a point of information about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Specifically, Mr. Mayor, one of those is the motions that I talked about, and I might not be here for that. So I was hoping to be able to refer it to committee, although there weren't speakers, so that I could be
We'd have to vary the agenda order to do that.
I understand, but we did number 5. So if we move number 13 in there with number 11, then I might not be here for my motion. And I'd be willing to let council extend tonight if I can't change my situation. But if I'm
I'm following the
hoping
rules.
to be able to amend this, to move 13 over to be referred to the committee tomorrow.
My understanding is I can't do that.
Coming back after public hearing.
So we haven't. So we're moving 6, 7.
Not to 13.
It's going to be tomorrow anyways. Need a motion to move 6, 7, and 8, right? 6, 7, and 8 to the standing committee after regular council after the standing committee. So, point of information, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, very quickly. Can we not, since those are really administrative in nature and they result from previous motions that council has approved, can we not just quickly take a vote on those? Do we not have that option?
Quick votes don't seem to happen here. So,
right, but I'm just looking with the will of council, so I'll look around verbally, but they are all
I've
from
tried
previously
that.
approved motions, and I'm seeing heads nodding, so we could actually
Yeah, that's
just,
nice, but other people have expressed concerns with some of them to me.
I'm
so
not seeing any objections.
That's nice, but no, we're going to do it this way, which is to refer 6, 7, and 8 to the regular council meeting following the standing committee tomorrow, because there's no speakers. Councillor Dejanova and seconder Councillor Dominato. So all in favor? Okay, thanks very much. So that takes us through to 6, 7, and 8. Sorry, 6, 7, and 8. Right, and we can just do that in one motion, right? Okay, so then I need another motion to move 9, 10, 11, and 12 to the standing committee tomorrow. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seconded by Councillor Swanson. And we're going to hear speakers, so that's why we're moving it. So 9, 10, 11, and 12 to the standing committee tomorrow to hear speakers. All in favor? Okay, so that, any opposed? I don't see any, so that's passed. So now we're on motion 13. And your vice clerk on that one is that we. So we're on 13. So Councillor DeGenova, I can turn it over to you and you can...
I was just hoping to move it to committee tomorrow and I could make my remarks then. Just to get us through the 10 minutes that unless... No, I can try. Okay, so we could actually deal with that right now because there's no speakers. I understand there may be amendments. So that's my concern. I'm trying to be very upfront and happy to entertain those amendments, but also wanting to be here to do that. So if we could move that to tomorrow's committee, Councillor Fry could chair as vice chair.
Yeah. So let's just move forward with it. And if there are amendments and we get in trouble and we can't do it in 5 minutes, then we'll come back.
To committee?
Okay, so let's flip that. Let's just move it to standing.
I'm moving. Okay, so may I move it? I have to move the motion first, so I will move the motion.
Okay.
Seconder?
Second, Councillor Dominato, thanks.
I will move it to committee now in the interest of time. Thank you.
That's great. So moving it to the standing committee. Thank you very much. And that's right, Clerk, we're good. Okay, thanks. All in favor? Okay, thank you. I have 2 points of information. I heard Councillor Hardwick first. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering then, notice of motion and new business, will that wait until after the public hearing tonight?
Right. So my suggestion would be that we recess now and have dinner, and then come back to the public hearing after the public hearing. Finish the rest of the business on our agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. No, you're good. Thanks very much. So we are good now, and we can recess for dinner and come back at 6 o'clock for public hearing. Then after the public hearing, we'd reconvene in council to finish the remainder of the agenda. So, of this agenda. Okay, so I need a motion to that effect. Okay, Councillor Boyle, seconder. Councillor Bly, thanks. All in favor? Any opposed? See none. Okay, so we're recessed until 6 o'clock public hearing. Thank you.
got to run back to the office.
Oh, you'll have no one to blame. It's okay, I'll get my own cup. I can get the binder. I was just going to tack on my items to the end of your agenda. Because I have to go back into regular council. Yeah, and so now I only have the notice of motion and inquiries. That's okay. Yeah, we got rid of all that stuff. Did you see how many pages they sent you for the minutes? I kind of looked at it and it went, what did I get myself into? Yeah, I kind of felt bad because I was like, you're tired. Now you gotta like, because you've been out of that loop because you're doing public hearings. Yeah, all month.